Mo Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed and he asked suspiciously, "A great help." He seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "You mean to use it for me?" "Humph. This kind of thing is easy to say, but doing it is harder than ascending to heaven." "You've suffered so much?" Xianxia said with a smile. "Do you think you're afraid of difficulties?" That evil spirit was formed from the essence of the Southern Fire golden crystal essence. If it was used well, its might would be boundless. How about this? I'll use the Southern Fire golden crystal source to refine a profound level weapon for you. In the future, if you're able to completely control the evil spirit, you can force it into it. Not only can it nurture a spirit, it can also nurture a weapon. Mo Xiaochuan's interest was piqued as he said, "You know so much, and you seem to understand me quite well. Who the hell are you? I thought you weren't interested?" Xianxia laughed. "I thought you were not interested." "I'm not interested in asking if you won't tell me," Mo Xiaochuan replied. "But now I'm interested in asking. If I say I'm your master," Xianxia said, "will you hit me?" Mo Xiaochuan's expression turned cold. "I really don't like this kind of joke. It makes me feel extremely bad. I don't want to hit you, but I want to kill you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in front of me just because you helped me. Why don't you try and see if you can kill me?" Xianxia said, "Oh, you're very confident. Can't you tell that I'm a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens?" Mo Xiaochuan sneered. "Ha." Xianxia laughed. "I've seen too many martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens. Of course, I've also killed quite a few. Ha. Very arrogant. Since you want me to beat you up, how can I not agree on account of you saving me once?" Mo Xiaochuan's eyes grew colder and colder as he circulated his qi in his fists. Wisps of golden aura emerged from his body and transformed into a sharp blade that sliced the air around him. Without even moving his body, the golden emperor qi alone condensed in the air and transformed into a huge golden millstone, pressing down on Xianxia. He knew that Xianxia was a little mystical, and his true combat strength was by no means as simple as it seemed on the surface, but he did not think that the other party could take one of his moves, so he still knew his limits. Although the millstone was large, its speed was extremely slow. In Mo Xiaochuan's mind, it would probably make Xianxia cough up blood and fall down with a heavy injury with just a light bang. No. Xianxia shook his head and said, "You still underestimate your opponent when you don't know his background. Even if I know you mean well, if the opponent is someone else, you'll have to suffer." With a flash of light, the northern heaven-cold star sword appeared in his hand. He gently slashed out, and the sword light expanded in the air, immediately cutting the millstone in half. The Emperor Qi instantly turned into a sharp light and scattered in all directions. "What?" Mo Xiaochuan's brain short-circuited. His eyes widened to the size of lanterns. The millstone formed by his Emperor Qi could even crush mountains, but it was cut down by a casual sword. This kind of thing didn't even exist in the legends, let alone seeing it with their own eyes. After the time it took to finish half a cup of tea, he rubbed his eyes a few more times to confirm that what he saw was true. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a sharp light and a monstrous battle intent ignited. "I admire your attitude," Xianxia said leisurely. "You become stronger when you meet a strong opponent, and you never back down. Don't think too highly of yourself," Mo Xiaochuan shouted. A golden light flickered under his feet, and with extremely beautiful steps, he turned into a series of afterimages in the air and surrounded Xianxia. Under absolute power, any strange technique is nothing but a dream. It will be broken with a touch. With a smile on his face, Xianxia raised his index finger and pointed it at a tricky angle to the left without even looking. "Since you already know this, why did you still use the 1,000-li illusory light steps in front of me?" Mo Xiaochuan's heart trembled. Among the afterimages that filled the sky, his real body was hidden under Xianxiao's finger beam, and the finger beam had covered all his acupuncture points, as if he had just run into a gun when he performed the step. What was going on? It was impossible. Mo Xiaochuan's heart was in turmoil. He was a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Unless the other party's cultivation level was much higher than his, there was no way they would be able to predict where he would land and wait for him. Arrogant. Mo Xiaochuan suppressed the shock in his heart and formed a heaven and earth mudra with both hands. Golden light flickered like the scorching sun shining down from the sky. He did not hold back at all. So what if you can predict my steps? One strength can overcome 10 techniques, heaven and earth seal. Extreme seal in all directions, martial arts breaking the firmament, Yunxiao said. You have already mastered the essence and profound meaning of this move. As he commented, he pointed out the long sword in his hand, which turned into 4 streaks of sword chi that attacked the 4 poles. He shouted, "One sword shadow shuttle." The sword turned into 4 extremes, trying to break the power of the 4 extremes of the heaven and earth seal at the same time. The northern heaven cold star sword shone with a cold light, and within the golden light, it shot out a water-like sky curtain, cutting the entire seal from the outside to the inside. The unbreakable heaven and earth 4 extremes seal suddenly disintegrated. Mo Xiaochuan was completely dumbfounded. He was completely petrified. Don't be too full of yourself. Yunxiao laughed. So what if you're a martial supreme? There are tens of thousands of martial sovereigns in this world, as many as the dogs on the street. If you're complacent because of this, you'll really be a laughingstock. Impossible. This is impossible. A crack appeared in Mo Xiaochuan's heart of martial arts at this moment, as if it was about to disintegrate along with the heaven and earth seal. He roared in disbelief. It's impossible. The heaven and earth seal gathered the power of the 4 extremes of heaven and earth and contained the boundless will of the firmament. Even if you could take it, you would never be able to break it apart. I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. What a powerful illusion. Even I fell for it. Who are you? He shouted and asked again and again, unable to believe that the supreme seal technique passed down by his master could be broken by the other party. In fact, Yunxiao's square sword attack had been deeply imprinted in his mind, and it could indeed dissolve his heaven and earth 4 extremes seal. Based on his memory, the heaven and earth seal had always been perfect. This was hard for him to accept. There's no trick in the world that can't be cracked, Yunxiao sighed. Unless it's a divine skill. It was the same for the heaven and earth seal, diffused with the boundless sky. Since there was a fusion, there must be a gap and a loophole. Moreover, he said seriously, I'm the creator of the heaven and earth seal, so I naturally understand the blind spots in my moves. When I taught you, I didn't say it clearly. I hoped that you would be able to discover it through your own comprehension and repair it, thus comprehending your own rules of martial intent. Xiaochuan, in this aspect, you're not as good as the other fellow disciples. The demonic dragon snorted in disdain and said, Among your disciples, Mo Xiaochuan's talent was lacking to begin with. He's only gotten to where he is today by relying on his indomitable will. The strength of this kind of willpower already far surpassed others. If you want him to be better than the other disciples in terms of comprehension, you're making things too difficult for him. Mo Xiaochuan felt as if an electric current had run through his body, and he could only hear a buzzing sound in his head. Other than his cultivation and appearance, the man in front of him also had a deep understanding of the heaven and earth seal, and his tone made his heart tremble. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his face as he said in a trembling voice, Mastering Luo, why you're really master? If you can pass through the Mo family's god-eliminating cave, Yunxiao said with a chuckle, I'll take you as my disciple. Boom! Mo Xiaochuan's spiritual altar and sea of consciousness were instantly dazed, and he could no longer think about anything. His vision blurred, and a faint shadow floated in his tears. His thoughts drifted in the wind back to the misty black iron city that year. Mo Xiaochuan, how dare you barge into the clan's forbidden area without permission? This is the 3rd time. I won't let you off. In the Mo clan's law enforcement hall in Black Iron City, the atmosphere was tense. The elders of the clan were divided into 2 rows on both sides, and the 6 elders were sitting on both sides with solemn expressions. In the middle was the faint shadow of an old man in green. He sat on the throne with his eyes closed. His body flickered in the light. It was clear that his real body was not here. The middle-aged man on the left bowed deeply to the 7 people in the upper seats and said in a deep voice, Ancestral Elder, 6 Grand Supreme Elders, Mo Xiaochuan has trespassed the forbidden area for the third time and has not changed his mind. According to the clan rules, anyone who trespasses into the forbidden area must have their cultivation crippled and be expelled from the clan. The 6 Grand Elders considered his young age and his father's great contribution to the clan, so they spared him time and time again. However, Mo Xiaochuan was unrepentant. He took the elders' generosity to be his capital for disregarding the clan rules. He barged into the forbidden area for the third time and was captured by the protector of the forbidden area for Ku Bei's punishment. Due to the friendship between Di Dushan of the Cabinian tribe and the position of the tribe leader, he had no choice but to punish this man severely. I didn't expect that not only would the 6 Supreme Elders be alarmed, but even the ancestral elders have sent their avatars. Ku Bei is in fear and trepidation. After Mo Ku Bei's report, the entire hall fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone's eyes were on Mo Xiaochuan, who was lying in the middle of the hall. His white clothes were already filthy and gave off a strong smell of blood and mud. He also had the unruly pride of a young man. The adults around him all had different expressions. Some were cold, some suspicious, some scornful, some disdainful, and some were deeply worried. There were also many direct descendants of various families who were mixed in with the adults. Their big bright eyes flashed as they looked at the young man who was the same age as them lying on the ground. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. The middle-aged man on the right had a worried look in his eyes. He stood out and bowed deeply, saying respectfully, "Lord Ancestral Patriarch, Lord Grand Elders, I failed to take good care of Xiaochuan today. Wanfeng wishes to accept the punishment of the clan in Xiaochuan's place." Mo Wanfeng knew that Mo Xiaochuan would not be able to escape punishment no matter what. So he did not argue and tried his best to bear the responsibility alone. The people in the clan were all moved, and they began to discuss in low voices. Mo Ku Bei's expression was cold as he scoffed, "Wanfeng, do you know what kind of punishment Mo Xiaochuan is about to receive? Can you bear the responsibility alone?" Mo Wanfeng's expression did not change as he said, "If an 8-year-old child can handle it, why can't I?" Mo Ku Bei sneered, "Well said." Mo Xiaochuan had trespassed the forbidden area, so he would be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. "Wanfeng clan, are you ready?" Mo Wanfeng's expression finally changed. With a look of deep sorrow, he said, "If not for Big Brother Do Chun, Wanfeng would have died outside. After living for so many years, he'll be content if he can return this life to his son." He knelt down on the throne and said in a clear voice, "I hope that the ancestral elders and the 6 great elders will give us their blessings on account of Big Brother Do Chen's great contribution to the family and Wanfeng's silent contribution over the years." He suddenly kowtowed without using any vital qi. Bang! The green rocks in front of the hall immediately shattered, and blood flowed in all directions. A sense of sorrow spread throughout the hall. Everyone's expression changed, and they revealed looks of compassion. The 6 Grand Elders also frowned, deep in thought. Only the ancestral elder on the throne in the middle still had his eyes closed, and his shadow kept shaking in the light. Mo Ku Bei's eyes shot out a sharp light as he shouted, "Mo Wanfeng, the rules of the clan are the most important. As the Grand Elder of the clan, you actually tried to interfere with the execution of the punishment with your own body. This in itself is a violation of the rules and should be severely punished." He pointed at Mo Xiaochuan on the ground and shouted coldly, "If he's forgiven again and again just because he's Mo Dushan's son, then what's the point of keeping the clan rules? I don't deny his father's contributions to the family, but I've already forgiven him twice, and it's long been offset." His shout immediately dispelled the sorrow in the hall and turned it into a sharp and solemn atmosphere. Everyone silently nodded in agreement with Mo Ku Bei's words. If he wanted to convince someone, he would have to punish Mo Xiaochuan severely. Mo Wanfeng raised his head, his face covered in blood, and growled, "Mo Ku Bei, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. It's not Brother Dushan's contribution that will make up for Xiaochuan this time, but my cultivation." He suddenly circulated his qi in his palms, and the golden emperor qi of the 9 heavens shot out, about to hit his dantian. Mo Wanfeng wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand. He wanted to cripple his martial emperor Cultivation to win the sympathy of the Grand Elders and the crowd, so that they could let Mo Xiaochuan off. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Mo Wanfeng to be so unyielding, to give up his cultivation without any attachment. It was clear that he was extremely protective of Mo Xiaochuan. Uncle Wanfeng, don't! Mo Xiaochuan, who had been lying on the ground on the verge of death, suddenly let out a blood-curdling shriek as an aura burst out of nowhere. The tears mixed with the blood flowed into his mouth, and he couldn't tell if it was bitter, or fishy. His body, which had long been injured and unable to move, actually forced itself up. His 5 fingers dug into the bluestone ground like hooks, leaving finger marks. The 6 Grand Elders sitting at the head of the table were all shocked. No one expected Mo Wanfeng to be so decisive, and it was too late for them to attack. The elder on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. His illusory body seemed to become more solid, and a strange power emerged from his body. He looked directly at Mo Wanfeng's palm print. The golden Emperor Qi that was about to hit his dantian suddenly overflowed from his palm and dissipated like smoke. Pa! Mo Wanfeng's palm landed on his elixir field, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the Emperor Qi had already dissipated, and his dantian was not shattered. He was only seriously injured. Ancestor! Everyone was shocked and quickly looked at the illusionary figure on the throne. A hint of disappointment flashed through Mo Kabei's eyes. However, since the ancestral patriarch had made a move, even the 6 Grand Elders did not dare to disobey. They all waited for the decree. The ancestral elder's gaze fell on Mo Xiaochuan. After that attack, his figure seemed to have become fainter, and his voice seemed to have come from the netherworld. This is Do Chen's son. Yes, great ancestor. He's Mo Xiaochuan, big brother Do Chen's only biological son. Mo Wanfeng hurriedly dragged his heavily injured body and knelt on the ground. After big brother Do Chan passed away, I've been raising Xiaochuan. Wanfeng is willing to bear the punishment for his poor discipline. The ancestral patriarch's voice was emotionless and faint as he said, Do Chan has a divine body and shocking talent. He's the most promising person in the Mo family for thousands of years to reach the ultimate realm of martial arts. I didn't expect him to die so early. I have a certain responsibility for this. However, his son, Lao Ai, raised his eyes and glanced at Mo Xiaochuan before sighing. A tiger father and a dog son. He has very mediocre talent. He only reached the Tri-Elements realm at the age of 8 and didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Mo family's elite pavilion. Wanfeng, you're truly foolish to give up your entire cultivation for such a son. Elder, if it wasn't for big brother Do Chun saving my life, I would have died in the war, Mo Wanfeng said with determination. I've always treated Xiaochuan as my own son, and it's the father's fault for not taking care of the child. I'm the one to be blamed, so I naturally have to be punished for my son. Mo Xiaochuan's 10 fingers were already buried in the ground. His thin and frail body trembled as he cried, Uncle Wanfeng, I'm useless. It's not your fault. Grand Elders and Grand Elders, if you want to punish someone, please punish me. It has nothing to do with Uncle Wanfeng. One of the Grand Elders in the upper left corner suddenly said coldly, Humph, if it wasn't for Wanfeng protecting you time and time again, you would have broken the clan rules and been chased out. You're a disgrace to your father. His sarcastic words were like a sharp blade, cutting through the heart of an 8-year-old boy. Mo Xiaochuan gritted his teeth in pain, unable to even let out a groan. This is the last time, the ancestral patriarch sighed. After this, if you break the rules again, you will be punished according to the law. There is no need to alarm us. We will obey the decree. Everyone stood up and bowed. The shadow of the ancestral elder closed his eyes again and gradually disappeared from the throne. Mo Wanfeng forced his injured body forward and helped Mo Xiaochuan up. Another child ran out from behind Mo Wanfeng. He looked at the bloodstains on Mo Xiaochuan's body in fear and clenched his fists. Brother Xiaochuan, I'm going to become a great alchemist in the future. If you get beaten up again, I'll be able to help you. Mo Xiaochuan lowered his head. Although the injuries on his body were severe, they were not as painful as the knife-like pain in his heart. Huayuan, let's go. Mo Wanfeng picked Mo Xiaochuan up and left the torture chamber. There was a clamor of discussion behind him, and the people of the Mo family left one after another. If not for Mo Xiaochuan's special status, he would not have called for a meeting with the entire sect. Mo Kabei's face was filled with maliciousness as he looked at Mo Wanfeng's back and didn't speak for a long time. When the crowd dispersed, there was only one Taishang elder left. It was the one who had spoken earlier, and also Mo Kabei's father, Mo Pingshi. He looked at his son, who was deep in thought, and asked doubtfully, "What are you still thinking about?" Mo Kabei said, "Father, the ancestral elders have doted on Mo Xiaochuan too much. I can't believe you let him go for the third time. This is really hard to accept." Mo Pingshi said, "This is the decision of the ancestors. Who dares to disobey? As the clan leader, you should just act according to the rules. As long as you don't use your power, no one will say anything bad about you." Mo Kabei sighed. "That may be true, but this is such a good opportunity." Mo Wanfeng almost destroyed his own cultivation, but the elder was still able to save him. Just what level is the ancestral patriarch's cultivation? Mo Pingshi's face was filled with fear. He paced back and forth in the empty hall and finally said, "The ancestral patriarch's cultivation is heaven-defying. You don't have to guess. Even if Mo Wanfeng's cultivation is still there, he won't be a threat to you. Mo Xiaochuan's aptitude is mediocre, and he has let down father's courage in the past. Their bloodline will not be able to rise again for hundreds of years, so you can safely be the clan leader. However, I want to tell you that power and wealth are just fleeting clouds. Only martial arts is the ultimate goal of people of my generation. Yes, I will follow father's instructions." Mo Kabei humbly lowered his head, and the two of them disappeared from the hall. At night, in the Mo family's courtyard, Mo Xiaochuan knelt on the metal pole. The hundreds of hooks on the metal pole had pierced into his tender knees, and the ground was covered in blood. Mo Wanfeng looked at the bright moon in the sky with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with loneliness. Mo Huayuan looked at Mo Xiaochuan's legs, and his heart trembled. He grabbed Mo Wanfeng's legs and pleaded, "Father, Brother Xiaochuan is already so badly injured. Please don't punish him anymore." Mo Wanfeng kicked his son away and yelled, "Get back! If you continue, I'll make you kneel too." Mo Huayuan cried and begged from a distance, not daring to come closer. Under the moonlight, Mo Xiaochuan's face contorted in pain, but he forced a smile and said, "Huayuan, this is none of your business. It's not the first time I've knelt on Iron Edge. It's very comfortable, and it's also a kind of cultivation." Mo Wanfeng shook his head. He looked up into the endless night and muttered to himself, "Today is the time of the valley rain. That person should be here by now. Why is he still not here?" Mo Xiaochuan's brows had long been twisted in pain. He asked in confusion, "Uncle Wanfeng, what did you say?" "When your father was still alive, he had promised someone that they would meet in the city of Black Iron under the bright moon and sky during the rainy season this year," Mo Wanfeng said. "It's already time, but why is he still nowhere to be seen?" Mo Xiaochuan raised his hand and pointed at a huge osmanthus tree in the courtyard. "Is it that person?" Mo Wanfeng was shocked. He looked up and saw a white shadow flashing on the osmanthus tree. It was a white figure shuttling under the moonlight, laughing heartily and reciting a poem. "Where is the soul of a hero? Harmony does not see old friends. The morning wind blew at the willow and the moon, and that year, Lan Shui fell into my dreams." The white-robed figure stepped on the water like moonlight and stepped out in the air. He blended in with the surrounding environment, like a celestial being in the dark night as he slowly descended. However, his face was filled with desolation as he sighed. "I just found out that Mo Dushin is dead today. I didn't expect this trip to the city of Black Iron to be in vain." Mo Wanfeng was shocked. He didn't know how long this person had been here, But he didn't even notice it. His cultivation base was truly unfathomable. "Are you Gu Feiyang?" he asked hurriedly. The white-robed figure looked at him indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. What's important is that Mo Dushan is dead." "He missed the meeting in Black Iron City," said Zhang. Then, the man in white raised his middle finger and made a disdainful gesture. Mo Wanfeng's jaw dropped, and his face was filled with black lines. He said awkwardly, "My brother has already died. How can you say that I didn't fulfill the appointment?" The man in white snorted, "If you're a man, you'll have to go to the appointment even if you die. It seems that your Mo family doesn't have any integrity. I won't accompany you any longer, so I'll take my leave." His face clearly showed his displeasure, and he was about to step on the moonlight and leave. Mo Wanfeng was anxious. He had been waiting for this person to ask for a favor, but before he could say anything, the other party was leaving. What should he do? "Hold on." Mo Xiaochuan's tender voice rang out as he stood up from the metal pole, trembling. His legs were shaking like chaff, but he did not cry out in pain. Instead, he pointed at the white-robed man in the sky and shouted, "I'll fulfill my father's promise to you. My father didn't break his promise. The Mo family is a family of honest people." The man in white looked at Mo Xiaochuan in surprise and chuckled. "Kid, you're quite ambitious. If you want to go on your father's behalf, we'll talk about it 30 years later." Mo Wanfeng took the opportunity to say, "Gu Feiyang, this man is the son of my big brother. Wanfeng has a favor to ask of you. For the sake of big brother, can you take him as your disciple and take him away from Black Iron City?" The white-robed figure was Gu Feiyang. He looked at Mo Xiaochuan and said, "Your ambition is commendable, but Mo Wanfeng, you must be joking. This kid's talent is extremely mediocre, and it will be difficult for him to even become a martial supreme in this life. What are your intentions in throwing this burden to me?" Mo Wanfeng was anxious. Mo Xiaochuan's current condition was no longer suitable for him to stay in Black Iron City. "Didn't you make an appointment with Big Brother because you wanted to see the Mo family's unparalleled divine skill, the Thousand Expedition noble art? As long as you accept Ogawa as your disciple, I'll demonstrate it to you." Mo Xiaochuan was in disbelief. "Uncle Wanfeng, no. The Thousand Righteous noble art is the biggest secret of the family. If you were to spread it, you would be sentenced to death, and you would also implicate Huayuan's little brother and aunt." He had sneaked into the clan's forbidden grounds several times in order to secretly learn this clan protection treasure, the unrivaled Technique 1,000 Feet noble art. He didn't expect Mo Wanfeng to promise to show it to outsiders so easily. Although he didn't teach it to them, he had already violated the rules of the clan. Gu Feiyang's expression immediately disappointed Mo Wanfeng, and he even felt despair. He originally thought that the other party would be moved, or at least hesitate, but he did not expect that the other party would only sneer disdainfully and mock. "Only Mo Dushan and your ancestor, who has lived for who knows how many years, can display the essence of your Mo clan's 1,000-spirit noble art. As for the rest of them, sorry, but to be fair, they're all dog shit. I'll only feel contempt if I see them." "You coward!" Mo Wanfeng was furious, but he could do nothing about it. The other party's strength was unfathomable. Just from the fact that he didn't know when he had come to the small courtyard, he knew that he was definitely not this person's opponent. The decision to accept a disciple or not was up to the other party, and he had no choice. "Uncle Wanfeng doesn't need to beg him," Mo Xiaochuan replied. "Father once said that those who know will not speak, and those who speak will not know. This man is boastful, so I don't think he has any real ability. How can I be better off following him than following Uncle Wanfeng?" Gu Feiyang's expression was still indifferent. He chuckled and said, "A child knows how to goad others into action. Besides your father, there is no one else in the Mo family who is useful. In addition, with your humble talent, you won't be able to make it big no matter who you follow." What an arrogant tone! Suddenly, a cold shout came from the sky. The space in the courtyard was distorted, and two people walked out together. It was Mo Kabe and Mo Pingxi. Both of them had cold expressions on their faces. They looked at Gu Feiyang indifferently, and then their eyes fell on Mo Wanfeng. Wanfeng, how dare you? Mo Pingxi shouted coldly. As the first elder of our clan, how dare you leak our unparalleled secret art? Mo Wanfeng's expression changed drastically. This crime could not be pardoned. Otherwise, not only would Mo Xiaochuan be punished, but his entire family would also be executed. He immediately denied. Grand Supreme Elder Pingxi, you need evidence to speak. Mo Pingxi's expression changed slightly. Even though they had heard what they had said, they had been targeting Mo Wanfeng for a long time. Their words would not be convincing, especially if the ancestral elders would not believe them. It would not be enough to deal with Mo Wanfeng. All right, just you wait. I'll first capture this brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and then make him confess that he conspired with you to learn the family's secret art. Let's see how you'll deny it. A cruel smile appeared on Mo Pingxi's face. Mo Wanfeng's face changed, and he said, Gu Feiyang, run. He was deeply afraid that Gu Feiyang would be captured by these two people and forced to reveal that he had leaked the family's secret art. If that happened, he would lose the entire game. Gu Feiyang, right? Kubei. Have you ever heard of this person? Mo Pingxi snorted arrogantly, a look of disdain on his face. Mo Kubei was also in a good mood. He chuckled and said, I think I've heard of him before. I think he's a Nine Heavens martial sovereign who's appeared in recent years. He seems to be quite famous on the continent. However, since they dared to break into our Black Iron City, they must have some unparalleled skills. Father, what if we can't beat them? Ha! Ha! Mo Pingxi also stroked his beard and laughed. Kubei? Then you'll have to ask him for advice. A martial arts practitioner should have the spirit of shamelessness to ask others. Yes, father. Mo Kubei laughed contemptuously. In his eyes, Gu Feiyang was like a grasshopper that could be crushed at any time. Once this is settled, the ancestral elders will naturally take back the 1,000 feet noble art from Mo Wanfeng. I'll ask the ancestral elders to teach it to you then, Mo Pingxi said. Mo Wanfeng's face turned pale. Go back. He meant to destroy his cultivation. Thank you, father. Mo Kubei was overjoyed and said excitedly. As the Mo clan's clan head, he was not qualified to cultivate the 1,000-spirit noble technique, which had always been a sore point. At the thought that he would soon be able to possess the family's unparalleled technique, his aura burst out as he stared at Xianxia with killing intent in his eyes and laughed. Haha, kid, I really have to thank you this time. Gu Feiyang looked at them talking to themselves for a while and said, a little speechless, two lunatics? Mo Kubei flew into a rage and shouted, You're really courting death. If you want to see the 1,000 feet noble art, maybe in your next life. The cold moon is silent, and the wave-like saber chi is clear. He turned into a green light shadow, and a large lanya sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Under the moonlight, the cold light shone on people, and he slashed down from the sky. The Emperor Chi of the 9 Heavens was shot out from the blade light. The moonlight seemed to be condensed in this blade. Wherever the moonlight shone, the blade light would fall. Even though Mo Kubei was disdainful of him, he decided not to underestimate his opponent since his opponent was also a martial emperor. Although the Mo family of Black Iron City wasn't as powerful as the 7 super forces, it was still a powerful family. The clan leader's cultivation base was naturally also a powerful expert, one of the most famous heroes in the world. Mo Wanfeng's heart was immediately in his throat. If it were anyone else, they would not dare to take Mo Kubei's blade head on without using the 1,000 feet noble technique. Gu Feiyang's expression was still indifferent. He stepped on the moonlight and dodged the blade light. Then he punched the back of the blade, making a clear dragon roar and tearing the quiet night apart. What? Vajra fist. Everyone in the courtyard widened their eyes in shock. Gu Feiyang's light steps seemed ordinary, but it stirred up a storm in Mo Pingxi and Mo Wanfeng's hearts. How many people in the world could take such a step under the clear waves and cold moon blade light? Then, Gu Feiyang's simple Vajra fist made Mo Kubei's entire arm numb, and the Emperor Chi around him felt like it was about to collapse. You dare to show off any funny martial arts technique in front of me? Is your Mo family a circus? After saying this, Gu Feiyang took another step forward and formed a golden floating life seal with both hands. It directly shattered Mo Kabei's protective genuine chi and then hit his chest with a loud bang. Blood splattered under the moonlight. Mo Kabei was seen flying down like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into several walls and lay on a pile of rocks, his life or death unknown. The entire night fell into a terrifying silence. Mo Pingxi even forgot to check on his son's injuries. He was stunned. He couldn't accept what had just happened. A battle between two martial sovereigns should at least cause the mountains to collapse, the earth to crack, the sky to shatter, and even half the city to be destroyed. He was ready to release the signal at the first moment and activate the defense in the city to prevent the impact from being too big. Gu Feiyang was still standing quietly in the air as before. He said indifferently, "Is there anyone else who wants to be funny?" Magnet! Finally, they realized what was going on. Mo Pingxi backed off in shock, almost losing his balance. Mo Wanfeng's heart was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with horror. Mo Xiaochuan was also completely stunned. His eyes were completely lifeless as he stared blankly. A desire and determination welled up in his heart. He had to acknowledge this person as his master. He had to learn this person's skills and then avenge his father. "I hold my head high for 1,000 autumns, and smile proudly in the pine forest. It's lonely at the top to find an opponent to discuss the sword with." An aged voice recited a poem in the air. A ball of faint green light appeared and spun continuously in the air above the small courtyard before gradually taking form. The sound of fighting had alarmed the entire Mo family, and experts from all walks of life had arrived. For a moment, the sky and the ground were filled with people of the Mo family. Even the other 5 grand elders had rushed over. When everyone saw the green light, they all bowed and said in unison, "Welcome, ancestral elder." Mo Pingxi, who was in the courtyard, came back to his senses and bowed down together with Mo Wanfeng. Mo Xiaochuan's legs had completely lost all feeling. He was the only one left standing there, covered in blood. He stood there proudly in the night wind. The green light gradually transformed, and a sage-like figure walked out from it. He held a piece of jade in his hand, and every step he took contained the laws of heaven and earth. It was as if he was the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, and his every move was a martial Tao. Everyone was shocked. The ancestral patriarch had actually descended with his true body. Even the 6 grand supreme elders had not seen the true body of the ancestral elders for many years. They only knew that the ancestral patriarch had been cultivating in Black Iron City. They didn't even know his exact location. Gu Feiyang was finally moved. His calm expression was replaced by a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. The blood in his body flowed with excitement as if he had finally found the person he was looking for. "I've heard that you looked down on the Mo family's martial arts when you were talking about the 1,000-year noble technique. Do Chun is dead, and no one in the Mo family can cultivate the 1,000-spirit noble technique to the extreme. Today, I will go to the appointment on Do Chen's behalf to meet you, the rising star of the continent." Everyone was shocked. All the members of the Mo clan were drenched in cold sweat. What kind of status and person was the ancestral elder? Other than the sect masters of the 7 superpowers or the people in charge of the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation, no one in the world was qualified to fight him. Gu Feiyang smiled and said, "It's finally getting interesting. You're qualified to fight on Do Chen's behalf." Such arrogant words. The surrounding Mo clan members all revealed resentful expressions and gritted their teeth. "What makes you think you're qualified to fight the ancestral elders?" Mo Pingxi was also furious. "It's the greatest honor of your life to be able to see the ancestral elders' true appearance." His words made Gu Feiyang's earwax. But it was true in the hearts of the thousands of Mo family disciples. Many of the Mo family's younger generation had never even seen the ancestors' clone in their entire lives, let alone the ancestors' true body. For a moment, thousands of people were extremely excited and watched from afar. "Everyone stop. You're no match for this man." The ancestral patriarch's words were like cold water that was poured on the hearts of every Mo clan disciple. All of them were shocked beyond words, but since the ancestral elder had said so, they did not doubt it and believed it 100%. The ancestral patriarch looked at Gu Feiyang and said in a clear voice, "You're the second junior I've seen with such great talent other than Do Chan. No, I should say that your talent is even above Do Chen's. After today's battle, your name will be spread throughout the continent." "Old man, you're really full of nonsense," Gu Feiyang said. "I'm already getting impatient." When he had met Mo Dushan in the holy city of Misty Snow, he had been regretful that he had not seen the 1,000 feet noble art. "Today you will make it up to me." "As you wish," said the ancestral elder. He drew a Tai Chi pattern in the air with his jade-like hand. The heavenly might was majestic with his every movement. He was the endpoint of martial arts between heaven and earth, and everything was developed in his hands. The first style of the 1,000 feet noble art. The red dust gazes at the bright moon. The Tai Chi pattern transformed into the boundless secular world under the jade rui in his hand. The endless night receded in the blink of an eye and turned into 7-colored light that shone down. Under the moonlight, all the colors condensed into a stream of light and sprinkled down. Gu Feiyang's face was solemn. He did not dare to be careless. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the sword broke through the air. He held it in his hand and stabbed out a green lotus. He shouted, "Song of the Green Lotus Sword. 9 magnificent circulation." The sword chi turned into 9 green lotus flowers and bloomed one by one, forming a Sanskrit formation in the air, blocking the flowing light in front of him. The jade sword was cold and sharp, but the green lotus and green leaves were dense. Gu Feiyang changed his sword style and the long sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. He formed a sword spell and pointed at the sky. In the dark night, thousands of stars fell like rain and turned into a huge sword of stars, slashing at the jade rui scepter and the Taiji diagram in the ancestral master's hand. Eternal starry sky, vanishing day and night, sword technique star destruction. The ancestral elder's expression also changed drastically. He spun the jade rui in his hand, and the Tai Chi suddenly began to spin. The yin and yang fishes floated between his arms, and Yurui turned into a jade sword. It swept through all the flowing light and stabbed toward the star-destroying sword. The second move of the 1,000 feet noble art. Jade shadow chi stirring sword returning to the heart. 2 invincible sword chi reverberated in the air, and the entire world turned into a sea of sword chi. Everyone was bathed in the supreme sword intent, as if there was only sword light left in the world. There were even some people who broke through the bottleneck that had been shackling them for a long time under the ripples of this sword essence. They were shocked repeatedly. As the 2 sword chi spread out, everything in the city of Black Iron was turned into ashes. Everyone was blinded by the sword chi and retreated in shock. "Stop!" The ancestral patriarch's solemn voice rang out. "If this continues, my city of Black Iron will be completely destroyed." With the ancestral patriarch's shout, the sword light that filled the sky gradually dissipated. It took a long time before it was gradually dyed black, returning to the normal color of the night. The afterglow of the moon shone down, but it was no longer as cold and arrogant as before. It was as if, after the previous sword radiance, it had become more cautious. Gu Feiyang's clothes were still as white as snow, and he stood proudly in the sky. The Star Destroyer sword flashed in his hand, turning into specks of starlight that scattered around him like fireflies. He nodded and said, "Old man, this 1,000 feet noble art is indeed not bad. But if your cultivation wasn't higher than mine, this technique wouldn't be better than my sword scripture." The people around them were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Their eyes were wide open. In their eyes, the 2 moves just now were basically undefeatable. However, no one knew what the truth was. Now that he heard Gu Feiyang's words, he was even more shocked. The ancestral elder was silent for a long time before sighing, "In a few years, I won't be your match." This sentence was like a huge rock being thrown into a lake, causing huge ripples. No one in the Mo family dared to believe it. The 6 grand elders were dumbstruck and petrified. The ancestral elder was the spiritual pillar of the Mo family in Black Iron City. In terms of seniority, he was even higher than the sect masters of the 7 superpowers. In the current world, even the experts of the sanctuary and the sect masters of the 7 superpowers did not dare to say that they could defeat the ancestral elder. But now, the ancestral patriarch said that he wouldn't be a match for the young man in a few years. Just how powerful was this young man? So strong. So strong. This person is really strong. The confrontation between the two styles was like a bone-carving inscription that would forever be imprinted in Mo Xiaochuan's mind. A strong voice emerged in his heart. I must take this person as my master. I must take him as my master. Only then can I surpass my father and defeat my enemy. I beg you to take me as your disciple. Under the clear moonlight and in the silence, Mo Xiaochuan's voice cut through the night sky. He knelt down numbly and kowtowed deeply, his forehead making a series of thudding sounds. Embarrassing! Mo Pingxi let out an angry shout. He said coldly, as a disciple of my Mo clan, you actually shamelessly acknowledged someone else as your master. Get your ass back here. Mo Wanfeng's face turned serious. He stepped forward and knelt down on one knee. Gu Feiyang, please take Xiaochuan away for the sake of his father's friendship with you. The entire Mo family was in an uproar. Mo Wanfeng was the Grand Elder, and yet he knelt down in front of Gu Feiyang. Everyone was shocked, and the 6 Grand Elders' faces changed. Their eyes were burning with anger. Mo Wanfeng, pay attention to your status. You're killing me. One of the Grand Elders shouted angrily. Get up. Mo Wanfeng looked at Gu Feiyang eagerly. He had already abandoned everything. If he knelt down on one knee, he would definitely be stripped of his position as the Great Elder and be punished by the clan's strict rules. However, for Mo Xiaochuan's sake, he couldn't care less. Gu Feiyang knocked his head and said, Aya, you've given me a difficult problem this time. I don't have much of a relationship with Mo Dushan. He just wanted to have a fight with him because he saw that his strength was not ordinary. This child's talent is indeed very ordinary. Take me away. I will definitely surpass my father. I'll definitely surpass my father and defeat you on his behalf. Mo Xiaochuan shouted with determination. Oh! Gu Feiyang's pupils contracted slightly. He chuckled and said, Old man, what do you think? This is your child. At that time, don't say that I've abducted a member of your Mo clan and caused trouble for me all over the world. The ancestral elder glanced at Mo Xiaochuan and said slowly, If Xiaochuan is willing to go with you, please take him as your disciple. On behalf of his deceased father, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Ancestor! Everyone was shocked. They didn't think that even the ancestral elder would say such words. This time, the 6 Grand Elders shut their mouths and didn't dare to say anything more. Mo Wanfeng's kneeling did not seem to be a shameful thing. I see. All right, I'll give it a try, Gu Feiyang said indifferently. However, Gu Feiyang, don't want trash as my disciple. I'll take you to a place, and if you can pass the test, I'll take you as my disciple. Mo Xiaochuan was overjoyed. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and tears began to fall from his eyes. I will definitely pass the test. If you can't, I won't bother you. Gu Feiyang looked at him and said coldly, If I can't, you won't have the chance to pester me. Mo Wanfeng's heart trembled, and he said, Gu Feiyang, where are you taking him? He's my brother's only son. You can't hurt him. If that's the case, then I'll just stay by your side. Gu Feiyang sneered. Mo Xiaochuan was afraid that Gu Feiyang would change his mind, so he quickly said, Uncle Wanfeng, I will definitely pass the test and acknowledge him as my master. Don't worry. Mo Wanfeng's face turned ugly and he said nervously, Where are you taking him? Gu Feiyang raised his head and looked into the endless distance. He spat out 3 words indifferently and said, God-eliminating cave. These 3 words seemed to have an infinite magic power, causing everyone present to shiver. They felt a cold wind enter their bones, and they couldn't help but feel a chill. Mo Wanfeng's eyes widened in shock as he watched Gu Feiyang and Mo Xiaochuan walk further and further away until they disappeared outside Black Iron City. Mo Xiaochuan's thoughts returned to that year when he was 8 years old. His face was already covered in tears, and he could not help but cry out, "You're really my master." He still found it hard to believe rationally, but he had gradually accepted it emotionally. "Do you still remember what you said to me outside the Jushin cave?" Yunxiao said. "You said that you would cultivate the 1,000 feet righteous technique to the extreme and then defeat me." Yunxiao smiled as he raised his hand and drew an arc in the air with his index finger. Immediately, yin and yang fishes appeared and spun continuously. Then, he pointed his finger forward with the sword and said in a low voice, "The mortal world gazes at Ing Haoyue." This was one of the 2 moves that he had used against the ancestral elders. Gu Feiyang was a genius. Although he had only seen it once and could not grasp its essence, he could display it so vividly that ordinary people could not tell. This is the second move, Jade Shadow Chi Swirling Sword Returning to Heart. The mighty sword chi spread out in the Divine Realm tablet, and the familiar sword gleam that he had not seen for a long time appeared in Mo Xiaochuan's blurry, teary eyes. He no longer had any doubts and knelt down in the air while crying. He bowed deeply and cried, "Master! You're my master. My master is still alive." Mo Xiaochuan's deep whimpers echoed in the air. After crying, he burst into laughter. He felt as if the world was bright and clear. He didn't care why his master had changed, because no matter how his master's current state was, there was nothing in the world that could stop that man's advancement. "I knew it," he laughed. "There's nothing in the world that can harm Master." "Don't make it sound so easy," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I almost died too. It's just that my soul was reborn by chance." He then briefly told Mo Xiaochuan about what had happened over the years, which shocked him greatly. "I can't believe that the young emperor has also become a 9 heavens martial sovereign. Master, since you've already been reborn, why don't you go and find your fellow disciples at the first opportunity? Their strength is enough to help you recover your strength as soon as possible." "They're all very capable," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I can't find them even if I want to." He'd found the young emperor with great difficulty, then entered the starry sky outside the region, only to return to Nanhua City. "As for you, how did you end up being possessed by the manifestation spirit of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence in this place? If it wasn't for you, Master, I'm afraid I'd have died here and become that evil spirit's slave for the rest of my life," Mo Xiaochuan said. He touched his Guanyuan acupoint with some lingering fear, and his face still had a look of fear. "That day, after I left my master, I returned to the Mo family in Black Iron City. The ancestral elders passed down the 1,000 cricket vast art to me and told me that I must not seek revenge on my enemies until I cultivate this technique to its peak. I can also cultivate in the forbidden area with peace of mind. Under the guidance of the ancestral elders, the 1,000 cricket Howren technique is also advancing at a tremendous pace." "I see," Yunxiao said. "That's what happened. When I heard that you were imprisoned in Black Iron City, I thought of the key. With your talent, even if you manage to break through to the martial supreme realm, the Mo clan will not pass on any secret arts to you. But you're an exception because you've passed the God-eliminating cave. This is enough to make up for your lack of talent. The ancestral elders must have kept you in the forbidden area to avoid dissatisfaction, and announced that you were confined." Mo Xiaochuan said, "That's right, Master's guess is correct. After returning to the Mo family, I only went to see Uncle Wanfeng and didn't see anyone else. Then I went straight to the forbidden area. The ancestral patriarch only agreed to teach me the 1,000 feet noble art after I asked him several times. I was in seclusion for 10 years. His eyes glowed. It was obvious that the 10 years of cultivation was of great importance to him. He continued, "After that, I heard that my younger brother, Hua Yuan, had offended an expert in the holy region and was exiled to South Fire City. I was worried that he would be in danger, so I went against the wishes of the ancestors and came out of seclusion. It was also at this time that I learned that Master had been dead for 10 years. Yunxiao nodded and said, "That's right. Not long after we parted ways, I went to Tiandang Mountains for something. I didn't expect you to be here." His face turned extremely solemn, as if he had something to hide. Mo Xiaochuan naturally knew Yunxiao's temper. He would not say anything if he did not want to, but he would tell you when he was willing to. Mo Xiaochuan continued, I found out about this from my enemy. Hua Yuan has been under surveillance ever since he left the Holy Region. When I arrived at South Fire City, he was in danger. In that battle, I killed 3 of the enemy's martial sovereigns in anger. It was also during that battle that I learned that my master had died. I was so angry that I was also severely injured. But that injury is really bad. Judging from your identity as an enemy and your entry into the mine, Yunxiao said with a frown, have you been poisoned by the northern underworld cold in Qi? A hint of hatred flashed across Mo Xiaochuan's face. He nodded and said, that's the dark north frigidine Qi. There's actually an expert from Beiming Dark Palace hiding among my enemies. He directly injected his true Qi into my body, and it's extremely difficult to get rid of it. Hua Yuan has been using all kinds of medicine to help me suppress my injury, but it can only prevent it from getting worse. This situation continued for more than a year, until 4 years ago when Hua Yuan asked for a large number of precious medicinal herbs from the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and accidentally revealed my matter. Hua Yuan then handed me over to Gao Lin and was brought into the maze. At this point, Mo Xiaochuan's face suddenly revealed a trace of fear. He said solemnly, I also understood Gao Lin's purpose after entering the maze. He also wanted to use me to find the mine. This was originally not a big deal. I'm also happy to have everyone help each other. But contrary to his wishes, everyone was separated. I followed the Origin's aura to the Central Territory and entered the Swan and I's Soul Altar. It turns out that the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has discovered the mine a few years ago, Yunxiao said. No wonder they gave it away so generously. Turns out that they have been exploring it for so long, but they still can't find the right way. However, it was no wonder that it was a living passage. Even if they used the human wave tactic and constantly drew maps, they would never be able to draw a real map. After you entered the altar, were you shocked by the statue? Mo Xiaochuan replied, that's right. I'm sure Master has seen the statue. At that time, I was injured, but under the suppression of the powerful aura of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence, there were indeed signs that I could control it. I was originally overjoyed, but I didn't expect that the statue would be so strange. A force rushed into my spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, trying to shock me. Originally, I was able to resist it for a while, but when I was struggling to resist the evil power of the statue, that evil spirit rushed into my body and, together with that evil power, occupied my spiritual sense, becoming its slave. The statue is indeed strange, Yunxiao said. The truth is difficult to find. How are your injuries? Mo Xiaochuan laughed. The only good thing about being controlled by that evil spirit is that it's able to resist the northern nether cold in Qi in my body. Ironically, I had to constantly rely on the dark north cold in Qi to fight against the evil spirit, allowing me to occasionally recover my consciousness. However, as the northern nether cold in Qi was gradually expelled, the time it took for me to recover my consciousness was also decreasing. It was finally all good now. The northern nether chill in Qi had dissipated and the evil spirit was completely suppressed. It's all thanks to Master. Yunxiao's face was covered with a layer of frost as he said coldly, Beiming Dark Palace is really courting death. I haven't even settled the grudge between me and them yet, and they're now targeting my disciple. It seems like the 7 superpowers are going to become 6. They must have thought that you're dead, Master. That's why they're helping the Mo family's enemies without any restraint. With Master's current strength, you can't reveal your identity, and you can't go against Beiming Dark Palace too early, or you'll be killed. Don't worry, Yunxiao said. I know what I'm doing. Even now, there are only a few people in Beiming Dark Palace who can kill me. He now had the Divine Realm Tablet, his biggest trump card, in his hands. Indeed, he would be fine if he hid in it. Unless those at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm could break the power of a realm, just like how Li Huaqi had broken the realm with the power of music and taken Meng Wu and her brother away. Otherwise, it would be impossible for other martial emperors to break through his Divine Realm Tablet. Master, Mo Xiaochuan praised as well. With this transcendent grade profound level weapon, it'll only be a matter of time before you settle the score with Beiming Dark Palace. There are undercurrents in the heavenly martial realm now, Yunxiao said. I'm afraid there will be a big storm soon. Are you going back to Black Iron City, or are you going to stay with me? Mo Xiaochuan chuckled and said, Of course I'll stay by your side to keep you company. I already have a clear understanding of the 1,000 feet noble art. What I lack is maturity. Besides, I'm going to stay by Master's side to protect you. You're only an 8 stars martial grandmaster now, so it's very dangerous for you to be out there alone. Yunxiao's face darkened. You can cultivate in my divine realm tablet. I have some friends in this space as well, he said. I'll be heading to Yufeng City tomorrow. Do you want to say goodbye to Mo Huayuan? I was just about to, in case my brother still worries about me. Mo Xiaochuan replied. That's good. Yunxiao nodded. You can pass a few words to him on my friend's behalf. Friend? Bring a message. Mo Xiaochuan looked puzzled. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao pointed at Yuan Gaohan, who had immediately appeared, and said, This is Mo Huayuan's master. Ah? You are Ing Luo. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked and immediately recognized the person in front of him. He hurriedly bowed and said, So it's Master Yuan Gaohan. He was very suspicious and didn't know why Yuan Gaohan would also be in the Divine Realm tablet. Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly. There's no need to be so polite. I'm just your master's prisoner now. Captive by a layer of cold sweat appeared on Mo Xiaochuan's forehead as he finally understood what was going on. It was true that only his master would dare to take a 9th-tier alchemist as a prisoner. However, Yuan Gaohan was Mo Huayuan's master, so he didn't dare to be impolite. He respectfully said, Master Yuan, do you have any message for me to bring to Huayuan? Since he has already advanced to the 8th step, he can return to the Holy Region to find me. I have something important to tell him, Yuan Gaohan said. Seeing Mo Xiaochuan's puzzled expression, Yuan Gaohan added, I'm just a starlight soul body right now. It's similar to an avatar of you ancient martial art practitioners. My true body is still in the Holy Region. I see. I'll definitely bring Master's words to Huayuan. Mo Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. It was difficult for a normal clone to exist for too long without the main body. He did not know what kind of secret technique the other party was using, but he had always respected alchemists, not to mention Mo Huayuan's master, who was naturally very powerful. Just tell him that this is my intention, Yuan Gaohan said. As for my current situation, there's no need to tell him. He gave Yunxiao a resentful look, then disappeared from where he was and went back to refining. He was gradually getting used to the carefree life of refining weapons in the Divine Realm tablet, and he was getting better at controlling the divine fire. He didn't want to leave anymore. Master, you've detained Master Yuan's clone. Does he know about this? Mo Xiaochuan asked. Ha! Yunxiao laughed. Of course I don't know. If he knew, he would have come to fight me to the death. If we let Huayuan go back and meet Master Yuan in person, won't it arouse suspicion? Mo Xiaochuan asked worriedly. It doesn't matter, Yunxiao said. If he comes in person, I'll just catch him and bring him in as well. It's a good opportunity for me to merge the two of them into one, greatly increasing his strength and making him more useful to me. Now that you've said that, I'm looking forward to it. The heavenly sword picture he needed was too costly, and it was difficult for Yuan Gaohan to refine all of them with his 8th-tier body. If he had a 9th-tier great alchemist, the situation would be completely different. Mo Xiaochuan was taken aback when he saw Yunxiao's bright eyes. He did not dare to imagine the consequences. If a 9th-tier alchemist were to go missing in the Holy Region, it would definitely be a major event that would shake the world. Master, I'll go and bid farewell to Huayuan, Mo Xiaochuan said hurriedly. Since he's going back to the sacred zone, Yunxiao said, I'm afraid he'll have to go to Yufeng City with us. You brothers can travel together, but don't reveal my identity. In front of outsiders, you can just call me Young Master Yun. Young Master Yun Shi, Young Master Yun Shi. All right, Young Master Yun. Mo Xiaochuan had a strange look on his face, but he was still very happy. His master was not dead, Huayuan could return to the holy region, and he had been freed from the evil spirit. He felt as if he was on a sunny day. After a few laughs, he was sent out of the divine realm tablet by Yunxiao and flew toward Mo Huayuan. After sending Mo Xiaochuan off, Yunxiao began to concentrate on cultivating. What he lacked the most right now was cultivation. The vital qi required for his special constitution was too astonishing. He took out the Southern Fire golden crystal essence that he had obtained. They were like primordial cores, and the vital qi directly seeped into his skin. It was refreshing and indescribably comfortable. These Southern Fire golden crystal essences should be enough for me to cross the 7 constellations realm. I wonder how long it will take. After making up his mind, Yunxiao began to cultivate and absorb the primordial qi. His whole body was immediately wrapped in a red chaos, and the primordial qi was so dense that it almost solidified. In order to resist the damage caused by the fire elemental power, his skin began to turn inch by inch into a faint golden color, displaying the initial state of the imperishable golden body. Now, Yunxiao was sure that there must be another cultivation technique because he had cultivated the tyrant body tempering technique to the extreme, and there was no more follow-up technique. However, his current state was far from Ao Changkong's. It was like the difference between cloud and mud. It could still be used to deal with some experts below the martial supreme realm. However, it was nothing to a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven. After he calmed his mind, he began to absorb the primordial stones crazily. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and the next day. Han Chuan's voice came from outside the secret room. Everything is ready. Has young Master Yun come out of seclusion? Yunxiao snapped out of his meditative state and sent the surging primordial qi in his body back into his dantian as he said softly. He's at the peak of 8-star, so it's only natural for him to rush to the martial emperor realm of the 7 constellations realm before the double competition. Yunxiao tidied up his clothes and then opened the door of the secret room. Everyone had been waiting outside for a long time, and a group of beautiful maidservants stood on both sides of him. When they saw him coming out, they all greeted him with great respect. On the left, Han Xian was dressed in purple, her hair tied up in a dainty bun, and a fragrant pouch hung on her waist. Her entire person was like a fragrant herb beauty, radiant like spring. Wu Chun was also dressed exquisitely, with a string of beads hanging around his neck. He looked like a lady in a palace dress as he stood behind Han Xian with a happy expression. On his right were the Mo brothers Mo Xiaochuan and Mo Huayuan, who were also smiling at him. Mo Huayuan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Little Xuanzi was also behind Mo Huayuan, his face full of smiles, but there was a little fear in his smile. When Yunxiao saw this scene, he said in surprise, "This is Baiyan." He smiled bitterly. "I'm just going to Yufeng City. There's no need to make it so grand, like an emperor's ascension to the throne." Mo Xiaochuan smiled. Young Master Yun, our trip to Yufeng City is more important than the ascension of the throne. It's not too much for guild leader Han Xian to send you off." "You're right, Lord Ogawa." Han Xian chuckled and said, "Young Master Yun is very famous among the many forces in South Fire City. Even Lord Xiaochuan and Lord Huayuan, one is a martial emperor of the 9 heavens, and the other is an 8th-tier great alchemist. The 2 of them alone are enough to shake the entire South Fire City." Mo Huayuan stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you, young Master Yun, for saving my big brother. I'm eternally grateful, and I'll never forget this great favor." "You're welcome," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Xiaochuan and I are old friends. It's only natural that I save him." Mo Huayuan and Han Xian were both confused. Judging from Yunxiao's age and Mo Xiaochuan's traces in the past 10 years, they could not be old acquaintances. However, since he had put it that way and Mo Xiaochuan was smiling without saying a word, as if he had silently agreed to it, the 2 of them did not ask despite their doubts. "It's getting late. Let's go," Han Xian said. Yunxiao nodded and took the lead, heading toward the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Wu Lin had been informed by Han Xian long ago, so he was also waiting at the door with his men. When he saw Yunxiao coming, he went up to him with a warm smile, but when he suddenly saw the Mo brothers, whose eyes were cold, his face changed drastically. especially the faint aura coming from Mo Xiaochuan. It was like a cold wind blowing into his heart, and although he was under the sun, he still felt his hands and feet turn cold. The smile on his face stiffened, and beads of cold sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. "I'll have to trouble you to wait here, President Qian." Yunxiao stepped forward with a smile and greeted him politely. After all, he was going to use the teleportation array, and they were waiting here for him, so he had to thank them for their kindness. "Humph, President Qian, with such a lineup, aren't you overestimating me?" Mo Huayuan's eyes burned with rage, and his gaze seemed to be able to set Gao Lin on fire. If not for Mo Xiaochuan's instructions, he would have charged forward to kill them. "Master Mo, Lord Xiaochuan, I had no choice." Ying Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Yunxiao for help with a pitiful look. "I said that I will not pursue the past," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Of course, it still counts." Only then did Gao Lin feel relieved. Otherwise, either of the two brothers of the Mo family could have crushed him to death. And the families behind them were so powerful that even a behemoth like the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to offend them. Ying Lin did not dare to look at the two brothers, so he looked at Yunxiao and said with a smile, "Young Master Yun, please come in. The teleportation formation is ready, and you can leave at any time." "All right," he said. Yunxiao answered. Then, the group came to the important place of Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, where a huge teleportation array was slowly rotating with an intimidating aura. "Humph! Who can leave without my Big Dipper Sect's permission?" Suddenly, a cold snort came from the sky. Several rays of light shot over from the distance and gathered above the formation, gradually revealing a few figures. One of them was shining with a golden light as he looked down at Yunxiao and said in a cold voice, "You killed my elder Feng, stole my lightning transformation divine skill, and took a large amount of my treasures. You want to leave just like that?" This person was the Big Dipper sect leader Zhang Linghua, and there were a few Big Dipper sect elders behind him. Tan Dijuan wasn't among them, but Mei Donger had followed them, and she seemed to have something on her mind. Zhang Linghua stood in the air with a proud and cold expression. She snorted, "Li Yunxiao, we meet again so soon. The grudge between you and my Big Dipper sect hasn't been settled yet, right?" "So, it's you, old Zhang," Yunxiao said. "I don't like what you're saying. Killing Elder Feng was instructed by Tan Dijuan, and I obtained the lightning transformation divine skill by accident. As for the treasure, everyone was present at that time, and I don't think anyone objected to it. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard him call him Old Zhang. Especially the people from the Chamber of Commerce. They wanted to laugh but couldn't." "Nonsense!" Zhang Linghua shouted coldly. "Quickly hand over the lightning transformation divine technique and the treasure, and then follow me back to the Big Dipper sect to await my punishment." When his Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens spread out, everyone felt a great pressure, which made it difficult for them to adapt. If a war broke out here, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce would be the most affected. However, Gao Lin wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was sneering in his heart. He couldn't wait for Zhang Linghua to be even more arrogant, because he had already noticed that Mo Xiaochuan's expression was a little off. "Hand over the thunder art and the treasure," Yunxiao said in surprise. "Then I'll go back with you to be punished and wait for your punishment." "Are you out of your mind? Or did you cultivate for too long and your brain got damaged?" Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. A Marshal Supreme was an unattainable existence in Southfire City. Who would dare to go against the Emperor's might? But many people had seen Yunxiao fight, and they had also seen him escape on the mountain of the Big Dipper sect that day. They were afraid that if they angered Zhang Linghua, Yunxiao would turn into a thunderbolt and flee, leaving them to suffer in the aftermath. So they were all extremely vigilant, and if they found something wrong, they would be the first to run away. Zhang Linghua's face turned cold as well. A dragon formed from Emperor Qi gathered around her and roared, "You don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Today, I've brought 5 elders with me to lock down this area. Let's see how you escape with heaven evasion and earth evasion." After listening to Tan Dizong's report, he decided to teach Yunxiao a lesson. Otherwise, the kid would be even more unscrupulous in the later negotiations. On the other hand, Yunxiao had mastered the thunder transformation divine technique and form displacement, so even Zhang Linghua was not sure if he could keep him here. As such, the 5 powerful elders he had brought with him this time immediately flew in 5 different directions the moment he gave the order. After a few hand seals were cast, the space several hundred meters between the 5 of them was immediately sealed. No one could break through the air and leave, unless their strength was beyond the 5 of them combined. Li Yunxiao, I know you have an extraordinary background, but the realm of heavenly martial arts is not your backyard. Today, I'll show you how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Emperor Qi Dragon, go. Roar. Run. Zhang Linghua shouted coldly, and the dragon-shaped emperor pressure roared in the air as if a martial sovereign was angry. It rushed down, and the entire sky changed color. Many people were so scared that their legs turned soft and they kept running away. However, the space here was sealed, so they could only escape a little further and could not leave the battlefield. Mo Xiaochuan finally made his move, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. Someone had dared to attack his master. In his heart, he had already been sentenced to death, let alone to be so insolent and rude. You're the country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mo Xiaochuan sneered coldly as he formed a sword seal with 2 fingers and suddenly pointed at the air. A ray of sword energy shot up from his arm. In an instant, it was as if a rainbow had risen, and the surroundings were peaceful. Zhang Linghua's Emperor Qi Dragon aura was actually forced back by the rainbow. Wherever the sword ray touched, it would dissipate without a doubt. After the dragon aura was destroyed, the sword ray was still as powerful as ever as it slashed towards Zhang Linghua. Although it looked extremely beautiful, it emitted a terrifying power that made people's hearts palpitate. If one looked closely, they would find that there were tiny spatial cracks around the sword light, which were devouring everything. Mo Xiaochuan's entire body was bathed in the rainbow. His finger had transformed into a sword, and he looked extremely carefree. On the contrary, Zhang Linghua was shocked. This person who had appeared out of nowhere was so powerful. Not only did the sword cut through his Emperor Qi with irresistible force, but it also had the power to take his life. In his shock, he hurriedly used 2 of his fingers to form a sword and mimicked his opponent's sword Qi. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. Only a martial emperor powerhouse would be able to go against him. On the other hand, he had just advanced to the rank of a martial supreme and had never fought with another martial supreme before. He did not know how strong the other martial supremes were, so he felt uneasy. Boom! Finger sword against finger sword, the 2 forces collided and shot out in the air. It was like a huge epiphyllum, beautiful but short-lived, and full of horror. It scared everyone on the spot, and they didn't dare to move, for fear of being affected. Zhang Linghua's heart trembled, and she could faintly sense that the other party's strength seemed to be above hers. In a moment of desperation, she hurriedly pulled out the sword that she had been cultivating with her mind and slashed down. She shouted angrily, "One move, heaven-splitting, sword passing without a trace." Under the infusion of the martial sovereign's power, the enormous power of an 8th-tier profound armament was unleashed to its maximum extent. It wasn't that the Big Dipper sect didn't have 9th-tier profound armaments, but they were limited by Zhang Linghua's past strength and couldn't refine them. Barely using it, it was not as good as his original 8th-tier profound armament. This strike contained almost all of his power, and the entire world changed color. Yinglin's face was also filled with shock. Although he also hoped for a conflict between the 2, he didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. However, it was obviously too late. Sword after sword, the power of the sword enveloped the surrounding area, and the space was sealed. No one could escape. No one knew if Zhang Linghua's sword attack was intentional or not, but it seemed to be trying to kill everyone. Humph, you're just a newbie who has just stepped into the martial supreme realm. You're still too inexperienced. Mo Xiaochuan's expression was one of mockery. His right hand gently swept in front of him, and a Tai Chi pattern suddenly formed. The yin and yang fishes swam happily in it. With a light tap of his finger, a sword gleam was immediately stirred up and condensed at the tip of his finger. It pierced through the air toward Zhang Linghua's shocking sword qi. The mortal world gazes at Ing Hao Yue. The sword ray did not look as powerful as Zhang Linghua's shocking sword, but it directly split the opponent's sword power and hit the sword ray hard, making a huge sound and turning the whole world pale. The space that had been sealed by the 5 elders was instantly shattered. The 5 of them paled in shock and tried their best to block the residual power of the sword qi, but they were still knocked back several thousand meters. They all spat out blood and were injured. The 5 of them turned pale with shock and flew over from a distance in an instant. They gathered behind Zhang Linghua and looked down in shock at Mo Xiaochuan, who had a calm expression. Zhang Linghua's expression was clearly not as relaxed as Mo Xiaochuan's. Instead, it was as livid as water. Her right hand, which was holding the treasured sword, was trembling at a very small frequency, and the light on the treasured sword had completely disappeared. Zhang Linghua's hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. Although he tried his best to control it, it could not escape the 5 elders' eyes. A huge wave was set off in his heart, and each of them had a serious expression. The 2 of them made a total of 2 moves and then stopped attacking. The entire space became eerily silent. Humph! Mo Xiaochuan was the first to break the silence. He said sarcastically, "But you think you're invincible just because you've become a martial supreme? There are as many country bumpkins like you as you want on this continent. If you want to be a king or an emperor, get lost and go back to your Big Dipper sect. In front of young Master Yun, you are not qualified to act arrogantly. Do you understand?" Zhang Linghua's expression was as ugly as it could get. No one could tell what was going on in the sword fight just now, but he knew very well that he was no match for the man in front of him. Mo Xiaochuan's sarcastic words sent a chill down everyone's spine. It was as if they had a rough idea of the difference in strength between the 2. As expected, Zhang Linghua retracted her arrogant aura and said in a low voice, "Who are you? What's his relationship with Li Yunxiao?" "Who I am is none of your business," Mo Xiaochuan said. "As for what you want to say to young Master Yun, get the hell out here and talk to him face to face. Otherwise, get lost. Everyone isn't used to looking at you with their heads held high like this." The faces of the disciples of the Big Dipper sect changed drastically, but they could vaguely guess this person's strength. Even the sect master became friendly. They all thought that they were finished. They were afraid that they would lose all their face this time. Everyone was equally shocked. They didn't know where such a strange person came from, and his strength was heaven-defying. Only a martial supreme would be able to stand up to Zhang Linghua. Only Gao Lin was overjoyed. He couldn't wait for Mo Xiaochuan to fly into a rage and kill Zhang Linghua with a single palm strike. Then, the situation in the entire Southfire City would change drastically again. When Zhang Linghua saw how respectful Mo Xiaochuan was to Yunxiao, she was even more shocked, and she was even more certain that Yunxiao was a disciple of some powerful family. At the thought of this, he could no longer act arrogantly. He brought everyone down from the sky. Zhang Linghua looked at Yunxiao and said with a complicated expression, "Young Master Yun, the lightning transformation divine art is the greatest secret art of our Big Dipper sect. I hope that young Master Yun can pay for it." He suddenly realized that all his plans and predictions were useless. Instead, he was begging the other party. The crowd was floored. The image of a martial supreme being was subverted in an instant. Even a martial supreme would have to admit defeat in the face of circumstances. Now, not only did he want the lightning divine technique, he didn't even mention the death of Elder Feng and the treasure. Oh? So the lightning transformation divine art is so important. I wonder what price sect leader Zhang is going to pay to get it back. When Yunxiao heard that he would be paid, he immediately perked up and smiled. 10 billion primeval stones, Zhang Linghua said. He said unhurriedly. Since the other party was willing to offer a price, it was easy to handle. The number of primeval stones was just a matter of numbers, but he could not give too much, either. It would be too much of a loss and he would lose face. No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, "Sect leader Zhang, you're too insincere. Since it was a sect treasure, it couldn't be worth only 10 billion. President Qian, how about I sell my lightning transformation divine technique to you for 20 billion primeval stones. Good, good. I'd be willing to pay 200 billion, let alone 20 billion, said Gao Lin with a laugh. He naturally knew Yunxiao's intention, which was nothing more than extorting more, and he was happy to see it, so he hurriedly helped him. Gao Lin, you're good, you brute. Zhang Linghua's eyes glowed with a menacing light as she stared at Gao Lin, her eyes filled with threat. Gao Lin snorted coldly. Although he did not want to offend Zhang Linghua, when weighing the two sides, he naturally had to stand on Yunxiao's side. As the president of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Linghua would never dare to kill him. But it was different for Yunxiao. Without his promise, he would have been killed by Mo Xiaochuan by now. Sect leader Zhang, you can't be too black-hearted. I can understand that you want to buy back the lightning transformation divine technique at a low price, but don't even think about buying seafood with cabbage money. Doing business is nothing more than wishful thinking on both sides, and the price is fair. Even I, a businessman, can't bear to see your insincere offer. Gao Lin said slowly, his voice filled with pain. Enough! Zhang Linghua cried out in anger, not knowing where to vent his anger. He stared at Yunxiao and said, I'll trade something for the lightning transformation divine art. If young Master Yun thinks it's feasible, then I'll trade. If it's not, then forget it. He took out a small square box the size of his palm and looked at it for a long time, his eyes full of heartache. In the end, he gritted his teeth and threw it away. Yunxiao was very curious about what it was that could make Zhang Linghua so sad. Mo Xiaochuan was afraid that Zhang Linghua would play tricks, so he grabbed Yunxiao first. Yunxiao's safety was his top priority at the moment, and he could not let his master get hurt. Mo Xiaochuan took the box and opened it. After glancing at it, he handed it to Yunxiao. This action was seen by everyone and they were shocked. The existence of such a powerful martial emperor was like the young man's bodyguard. If they were Master Mo Huayuan's bodyguards, they could still understand. After all, many martial emperors were willing to work for 8th-tier alchemists. But, as for Yunxiao's hesitation, he could not think of a second reason other than his powerful background. On the other hand, Zhang Linghua's face was as dark as water. Mo Xiaochuan's act of taking this item was undoubtedly a form of contempt for her. He clenched his fists in anger, and his knuckles cracked. However, the situation was more powerful than he was, so he had to lower his head. When Yunxiao took the small box from Mo Xiaochuan's hand, his pupils constricted. He saw that the item in the box was as green as bamboo and as thick as a finger. It was emitting a warm green light and had a threatening spirit energy. What a strong second-wood energy! Yunxiao cried out in surprise. This close to the origin. This thing should be a wood elemental supreme treasure. If sect leader Zhang left it to cultivate the lightning transformation divine technique, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort, yet you're actually willing to give it up. Zhang Linghua snorted. This is the heart-cleansing sandalwood that the North Scorpion sect planted in large numbers. It was planted for the sake of cultivating the lightning transformation skill. However, after the divine art was lost, the clear heart sandalwood was also cut down and the planting method was also lost. Now, he could only find some in the vault. The one in young Master Yun's hand is one of the few heart-cleansing sandalwood. Although it's not a lot, with young Master Yun's experience, you should be able to understand its value. Yunxiao was shocked as he said in horror. Plant a large amount of this type of e-wood? The Northern Scorpion sect is actually this powerful. This kind of wood element that approached the origin, although it couldn't compare to 10th-tier existences like the Phoenix Divine Flame, it was still comparable to 9th-tier heaven and earth treasures. And 9th-grade items were all born by gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so it was impossible to cultivate them. Throughout history, a large number of alchemists had tried to cultivate it artificially, but all of them had failed. Zhang Linghua seemed to have found a trace of confidence and said proudly, when the North Scorpion sect dominated the continent, even the 7 superpowers could not catch up with them. How could you know about it? Yunxiao carefully put away the piece of heart-cleansing sandalwood and did not make things difficult for Zhang Linghua anymore. I'll take this emu. Back then, I helped your junior brother assassinate Elder Feng, and later I gave him the map. But your junior brother only gave a verbal promise that I haven't seen a single primeval stone. Sect leader Zhang, give me another 10 billion medial-grade primordial stones, and this wooden puppet will be yours. Yunxiao took out the little man who had inherited the thunder transformation divine technique and showed it to everyone. Zhang Linghua's pupils contracted, and her heart thumped. Even he could not help but get excited when he was so close to the thunder transformation skill. But when he thought of Yunxiao's words, he still said angrily, "Young Master Yun, don't go too far." He didn't even mind giving the money for the treasure map to him, but he even asked for the money for Elder Feng's assassination. If he gave it to her, what kind of gaze would the people under his sect look at him with? The fact that Tan Dijuan had been acquitted and promoted to the position of vice-sect master had already caused many people to criticize and be secretly dissatisfied. Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly. A deal is a deal that both parties are willing to make. The lightning transformation divine technique is in young Master Yun's hands. He can sell it however he wants. If you're not happy with it, you can choose not to buy it. But please don't waste our time. We still need to teleport to Yufeng City. A sense of powerlessness rose in Zhang Linghua's heart. With this inexplicable martial emperor here, Yunxiao would never suffer a loss. Moreover, when he saw Mo Huayuan following closely behind Yunxiao in the crowd, as if he were following his lead, he was even more bewildered. Master Mo, are you also leaving South Fire City? That's right. Mo Huayuan nodded. Thank you for taking care of me all these years, Sect Master Zhang. I finished my business in South Fire City and am about to return to the Holy Region to report to my master. I happen to be on the same path as young Master Yun, so I'm planning to travel together. He paused for a moment before continuing. Sect leader Zhang, since the lightning transformation divine skill is your sect's treasure, its value is naturally limitless. Since the sect master had even taken out the 9th grade Imu, why would he care about a mere 10 billion mid-grade primordial stones? It's up to young Master Yun whether he wants these vitality stones or not. But sect leader's lightning transformation divine skill must be obtained. It seems that sect leader Zhang doesn't have much room to bargain about this buy-in. Mo Huayuan had stayed in South Fire City for many years, and the Big Dipper sect had naturally treated him like a distinguished guest. They had provided him with a lot of help, and Mo Huayuan was extremely grateful. But when it came to Yunxiao, the mysterious young man who had saved his brother's life, he naturally sided with the latter. Zhang Linghua could also hear the favoritism in his words, and he was even more afraid of Yunxiao's identity. So he could only admit defeat and say, "All right, since Master Mo has said so, if I continue to be entangled with you for a mere 10 billion primeval stones, it would seem that I, Zhang Linghua, am stingy." "Young Master Yun," he snorted coldly, "I'll do as you wish for Master Mo's sake." With a wave of his hand, he threw over a storage bag full of vitality stones. Everyone knew that he was trying to give himself a way out, but no one dared to mock or ridicule him. They were not qualified to participate in this kind of conversation between experts. Mo Xiaochuan took the storage bag and checked that there was no problem with it before he handed it over to Yunxiao, which made Zhang Linghua so angry that he was fuming. However, after obtaining the lightning transformation divine technique, all of his gloominess was swept away. He couldn't help but look excited, and he even wanted to laugh out loud. On the other hand, the faces of Gao Lin and the other members of the Chamber of Commerce all darkened. After Zhang Linghua obtained the deity tier spiritual art, coupled with the support of the Big Dipper sect's resources, his strength would probably reach a new level very soon. If no strong reinforcements entered Southfire City, their Chamber of Commerce's power would probably be suppressed for the next few hundred years. It's getting late. Young Master Yun, everyone, please enter the battle. Wu Lin was an old fox after all. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with the deal, he would not show it to Yunxiao. He still kept a smile on his face, full of flattery. Just as everyone was about to enter the formation, Meidong suddenly called out from within the Big Dipper sect, "Young Master Yun, I'm also going to Yufeng City. Can you take me with you?" "Oh?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Oh? Dong why did you go to Yufeng City?" Staying in the Big Dipper sect to cultivate to a higher realm is what you should be doing. Mei Dong-er's face turned red, and she was about to explain. Yingrong also stood up and explained on her behalf. Young Master Yun, Dong-er's home is in Yufeng City. She's been away from home for quite a few years, and she told me about her return this time. I'm worried about letting her go home alone, so I wanted to escort her personally. But if I can travel with you, young Master Yun, I will have nothing to worry about. I see. Then let's go together. Yun Xiao readily agreed, and Mei Dong-er happily walked up to the array and stood with the others. Han Xian, who was outside the formation, felt her heart ache. She knew that she was jealous, so she scolded him in her heart. Silly girl, what kind of person is young Master Yun? It's already fate to be able to meet and part with him. So what more do you want? Just focus on running your Chamber of Commerce. Although she comforted herself like this, she still couldn't help but feel disappointed, and even her nose felt a little sour. Young Master Yun, this scented sachet is for you. It's made from the powder ground from the true dragon saliva and the heavenly treasure, azure thunder fruit, as well as more than 30 kinds of spices. Young Master Yun, it should be able to ward off evil with you, and it'll be of great benefit to your cultivation. Han Xian suddenly mustered up the courage from somewhere, took off the fragrance pouch from her waist, walked into the formation, and handed it over with both hands. Yun Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Then he grabbed it with a smile and said, "Thank you very much. We'll meet again in the future. I look forward to our next meeting." Han Xian felt a little better when she saw his subordinate's face turn red. When he heard the other party say goodbye, he felt sad again. He held back his tears and said, "I hope we won't be meeting for too long. I'll be waiting for the good news from Songhua City, young Master Yun." Yun Xiao held the sachet, and a refreshing fragrance spread out in the array, making everyone feel relaxed and happy. "I'm sure young Master Yun can understand President Han Chuan's intentions," Gao Lin said with a smile. "The formation has started operating. Please come back." All the people present were old foxes, and they naturally understood Han Chuan's good impression of Yun Xiao, so they all smiled and said nothing. Han Chuan's face was extremely red, and she hurriedly ran down in embarrassment and anger. The array operated slowly under Yinglin's control, and soon, several beams of light shot out of it and shone into the sky like colorful clouds. Yun Xiao and the others gradually became blurry in the array and finally disappeared. As soon as Yun Xiao and the others left, everyone suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had felt a cold wind blowing at them, and they could not help but shiver. Zhang Linghua's expression instantly turned cold. She stared at Gao Lin with a bone-chilling gaze and said in a deep voice, "President Qian, you were talking a lot of nonsense just now." Gao Lin gritted his teeth, resisting the pressure from Zhang Linghua. "Sect leader Zhang, I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Isn't it great that both you and young Master Yun have what you need and are happy?" "Humph. What a good, everyone is happy." Zhang Linghua retracted her aura and said, "I can't be bothered to argue with you. How about this? The newly discovered or vein in the death zone is located in such a dangerous place. Your strength is limited, and you haven't touched it for so many years. Then my Big Dipper sect will reluctantly take over and mine it." "What?" Gao Lin was shocked, and his face turned ashen with anger. "Sect leader Zhang, you've gone too far. Even if it's the Heavenly Scorpion sect or the New Moon sect, would they agree to it?" Zhang Linghua laughed. "You don't have to worry about this, President Zhou. I've already discussed with Li Fengyu and Xiao Minghui. In addition to making a deal with Yun Xiao, I've come to Southfire City this time to inform you." President Min Gao Lin and the other members of the Chamber of Commerce were all filled with righteous indignation. But under the pressure of Zhang Linghua's emperor aura, none of them could move. Zhang Linghua said coldly, "I'm only informing you because I think highly of you. This land of death has already been designated as a forbidden area of the Big Dipper sect. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy." Haha. Under Zhang Linghua's lead, the Big Dipper sect turned into a ray of light and left, leaving only the sound of laughter in the courtyard. Han Xian looked at the others, feeling disinterested as if she was missing something. She gazed at the empty teleport formation, sighed, and left. She knew that Southfire City was about to enter another period of turmoil after 100 years of peace. Perhaps Southfire City was no longer suitable for the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Now, all her energy was focused on recapturing the market that she had lost and then meeting the person she wanted to meet. Xianxia and the others felt the surrounding space constantly changing, and a dark passage stretched into the endless distance. They could not see or hear, but they could sense with their divine sense that the people around them were also moving forward at a rapid speed. Soon, a beam of light appeared and the black space was opened. Everyone fell out. It wasn't very high up from the ground, and everyone was standing firmly on the ground. Only little Xianxia let out a miserable cry as he fell to the ground in pain, but no one paid any attention to him. He hurriedly stood up and patted his butt. They landed on an empty field and a rich old man slowly walked towards them. He cupped his fists and smiled. "Welcome, my friends. I am Chu Zheng, the president of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce in Yufeng City. I have received a letter from President Gao Lin saying that a good friend of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is about to be teleported here, and he asked me to receive him." His eyes swept over the few people one by one, but he did not notice anything wrong. It was only when his gaze swept past Mo Xiaochuan that his heart jolted violently. It was a bottomless vortex that devoured his divine sense the moment it passed by. He was so frightened that he did not dare to act rashly. Yunxiao gave Chu Zheng a casual glance. He was only a 7 stars Marshal Supreme, 2 stars lower than Wu Lin. He could not help but feel a little strange. This place was already part of the North Region's territory, and Rain Summit City's scale and complexity far exceeded Southfire City's. Logically, they should have sent even stronger experts to guard the city, but why was their strength inferior to the guild leader of Southfire City? Mo Huayuan seemed to have read Yunxiao's mind as he secretly sent a voice transmission. "Young Master Yun, the Southern Fire City is rich in Southern Fire gold crystal mines and is an important source of income for the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, so the guards are stronger. The power distribution in Yufeng City is complicated, but there aren't many economic benefits. Therefore, the strength of the person in charge is slightly weaker. So it was like this." Yunxiao now understood that the distribution of power in the Merchant Union was indeed different from that of ordinary forces. What they were interested in was the source of profits, not the size of the city. "Everyone has worked hard to come all the way here. Why don't you all take a rest in the Chamber of Commerce?" Chu Zheng was all smiles as he looked at Mo Xiaochuan and said with a fawning smile, "This must be the young Master Yun that President Qian had praised endlessly in his letter, right?" All he knew was that young Master Yun was the leader of the group. At this moment, Mo Xiaochuan's strength was very much in line with what Gao Lin had said. "You're the guild leader, but you've misjudged. Young Master Yun doesn't belong to the strongest person." Little Xianxia snorted coldly. "Look at the most handsome person here, and that person is young Master Yun." He had been observing Yunxiao's expression all the way, trying to erase the bad impression he had in the latter's mind. But he had never had the chance. This time, he had finally stolen the limelight and came out to ingratiate himself. After doing so, he immediately felt much more comfortable in his heart and was secretly very pleased. This put Chu Zheng in a difficult position. If he recognized the wrong person again, wouldn't that mean that young Master Yun wasn't handsome? He glared at little Xianxia resentfully. Then his eyes swept over Yunxiao and Mo Huayuan. The more he looked at Mo Huayuan, the more shocked he became. He thought to himself that he had misjudged him because Mo Huayuan was by no means an ordinary person. As for Yunxiao, he looked extremely ordinary, just an ordinary 8 stars martial grandmaster. It was already an honor for someone like him to even give him a glance. However, Wu Fu, who had been in the business world for a long time, had his own way of judging people. Mo Xiaochuan, whose abilities were unfathomable, and Mo Huayuan, who was by no means ordinary, seemed to stand on both sides of this man and follow his lead. The only woman, Mei Dong was also sticking close to him like a little bird. Even little Xian's eyes, whether intentionally or unintentionally, couldn't hide the fear in them when he glanced at this person. Could it be that this person is startled, He secretly blamed Gao Lin for not telling him which one was Yunxiao. Looking at his appearance, he was indeed the most handsome among them, so he carefully asked, "Young Master Yun, are you this person?" Yunxiao looked at his nervous face and found it funny. "President Chu, you're too polite. We're very grateful to you for troubling the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. We don't need to rest. Please take us to the Inter-Province Transportation Formation. We can't waste any more time." Chu Zheng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This time, he finally did not see wrongly. He smiled bitterly and said, "President Qian also stated in his letter that young Master Yun is going to Songyue City, but unfortunately, the domain teleportation formation in Yufeng City was destroyed a few days ago." What? They were all taken aback, and Yunxiao's face changed drastically as he said, "It was destroyed? How long will it take to repair it?" The martial arts and technique competition was imminent, and there was not much time to waste. Chu Zhang said, "Two groups of people fought over the order of use of the teleportation array. As a result, more than half of the array was destroyed. Now, the major forces in Yufeng City are rushing to repair it. The situation is unknown. There are already many warriors who have been teleported here from all over the world, and the population has increased by nearly half." "Oh," Yunxiao asked. He couldn't tell that Rain Summit City was actually carrying so many people. It had only been out of service for a few days, but it had already accumulated so many people. "Can President Chu help me inquire about the progress of the repair?" "All right, please wait a moment. I'll send someone to investigate. Why don't you all take a rest first? Right now it's too chaotic outside. There are violent cultivators everywhere. It's easy to start a fight if you don't agree. Staying in the Chamber of Commerce is the safest." Chu Zhang called over a few maidservants and led Yunxiao and the others to their bedrooms. He was also very efficient in doing things. At the same time, he sent martial artists to inquire about the repair of the teleportation grand array. The rooms prepared by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce were very luxurious and exquisite. Gao Lin must have told them to do so. There was also a secret room for cultivation in the bedroom, which was very spacious. There were 100,000 mid-grade primordial stones neatly placed in the secret room. Everything was very thoughtful. However, Yunxiao was not interested in these few primordial stones now. But, although they were small, they were still meat. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the 100,000 mid-grade primordial stones. Only then did he start to cultivate in the secret room. A faint fragrance assailed his nose, making it difficult for him to calm down. Yunxiao took out the sachet given to him by Han Xian. It was originally used to calm one's mind, but now it had become an item that disturbed one's mind, making it impossible for him to cultivate in peace. When he thought about the teleportation array, he realized that if he delayed any time, it would be the same as putting Ding Ling to death. This was something he could not accept. At the thought of this, Yunxiao suddenly came out of his bedroom and decided to find out what was going on himself. After all, he was a 9th-tier alchemist, and with Yuan Gaohan and Mo Huayuan here, they would definitely be of great help in repairing the array. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's status in Yufeng City was far inferior to that in Southfire City. It was basically equivalent to a mid-tier power. The Chamber of Commerce's location wasn't in the city center, but rather in the western corner. After all, Yufeng City wasn't the Chamber of Commerce's main interest, so they could just set up a branch there. When Yunxiao came outside, he saw Mei Dong'er on the road, and she was walking along the road with great familiarity. On a whim, Yunxiao followed them from a distance. Mei Dong'er walked through a few streets and arrived at the bustling city center. She stopped in front of a restaurant, raised her head, and looked at it before walking in. In the span of a few breaths, Yunxiao arrived at the bottom of the restaurant. He saw a plaque hanging on it, with the words "Plum Fragrance in the Cold" written on it. The cold has the fragrance of plum? Interesting. Yunxiao chuckled and followed him in. To be able to open a restaurant in a busy city like Yufeng City, one's background was definitely not simple. It was true that a large number of martial artists had gathered in Yufeng City. The restaurant had 3 floors and it was almost full. But, to Yunxiao's surprise, Mei Dong'er was nowhere to be seen. Unless he used a secret art to escape. but it was impossible to do so under Yunxiao's nose. There was only one explanation. Mei Dong-er was very familiar with this restaurant and had left from the back of the kitchen. He looked in the direction of the kitchen and walked over. Just as he reached the door, his pupils shrank and he suddenly retreated. An angry shout came from the kitchen, and then a saber beam shot out from the inside. It streaked across Yunxiao's side and cut a big hole in the wall of the restaurant. This immediately caused everyone in the restaurant to stop making a ruckus and look over. Although everyone was shocked, no one was afraid. They were all martial artists with cultivation. They had all stayed for a few days, waiting to be teleported away. Although the saber flare was powerful, it did not strike fear into their hearts. At this moment, an old woman's cold voice came from the kitchen. "You're not worthy." Immediately after that, the sound of two people fighting could be heard. Then, a shadow flew out from inside, with blood splattering in the air. It was obviously the defeated person. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He stepped forward, gently rubbed the shadow's slender waist, and then carried it down. "Ah, young Master Yun!" The figure cried out in surprise and looked at Yunxiao in disbelief. It was Mei Dong-er. She did not seem to care about her injury at all. Instead, she said nervously, "You? Why are you here?" Yunxiao straightened her body, then let go of her hand and said, "I happened to see you on the streets, so I followed you out of curiosity. Someone actually injured you. It seems that the old woman inside is very fierce. Do you need my help?" Mei Dong-er's face had long turned red from embarrassment as he massaged her waist. She shook her head repeatedly and said, "No, don't. This is my own problem. I can solve it myself." The old woman's sharp and sarcastic voice came from the kitchen. She shouted, "She didn't learn anything, but she learned to find men. What a natural slut. Take your man and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing him as well." Mei Dong-er stomped her feet in anger and embarrassment. So many people in the hall were looking at them, wishing there was a hole in the ground to hide in. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam as he stared coldly into the kitchen and sneered, "You really won't die if you don't seek your own death." He left Mei Dong-er behind and walked towards the kitchen. Mei Dong-er anxiously wanted to stop him, but a gust of wind suddenly blew over. A man wearing a silver silk robe appeared in front of Mei Dong-er and opened his arms to stop her. He grinned and said, "Where did this little girl come from? She's very hot." Following the appearance of the man in the silver silk brocade robe, 4 other cultivators appeared at the kitchen's entrance. They surrounded Mei Dong-er and chuckled nonstop. Mei Dong-er's face was pale as she sternly shouted, "Who are you people? Hee hee, you'll soon find out who we are." The man in the silver silk brocade robe said, "I've been in Yufeng City for the past few days, but I haven't had any decent goods. Today I finally met one with good looks. I can use her for a while." His hand unconsciously wiped Mei Dong-er's face. The other 4 men's beastly nature was also aroused. They laughed wildly, their eyes emitting a green light. It seemed that after the man in the silver silk brocade robe used it, they could also go up and have a taste. "Bad guy." Mei Dong-er was very embarrassed as she slapped away the frivolous hand of the man in front of her. She had also seen the extraordinary strength of the few people in front of her, so she did not dare to be careless. She used the tender affection like water that Yunxiao had taught her, and for a moment, she was surrounded by water vapor, as if she had become the embodiment of water and contained the martial Tao. After using this move at the sect competition, he understood its power. After that, Mei Dong-er focused on cultivating this palm technique, and she became more and more refined. At this moment, when he executed it, it was even more natural and smooth, seamless. The smile on the silver-haired man's face immediately froze. He had never thought that this little girl's attack would be so vicious. Caught off guard, she was completely enveloped by the palm power. Even though she was a major realm higher than her opponent, she still had a power that was difficult to resist. "You're looking for death." The man in the silver silk brocade robe and the other 4 martial artists in the Zhou position let out an angry roar and released their auras. All 5 of them were at the martial emperor realm. A dagger appeared in the hand of the man in the silver silk brocade robe. It was abnormally sharp, and it directly cut through Mei Dong-er's palm power. However, it was helpless against the lingering palm technique, which was as soft as water and couldn't be broken. The other four hurriedly attacked, trying to besiege Wei to save Zhao, but they were blocked by a lingering tender force. Even with their strength as martial emperors, they could not break through the pressure of the palm. In their alarm, the four of them hurriedly gritted their teeth and attacked. Otherwise, if something happened to the silver-threaded brocade robes, they would be in great trouble. Xianxia was just about to enter the kitchen when he saw this scene, and he frowned slightly. This move of Mei Dong-er's seemed extremely powerful, but it was a surprise attack. Moreover, this move consumed a lot of energy, so it would be very difficult for her to use it a second time. Shaking his head secretly, Xianxia flicked his index finger, sending out a stream of force that instantly pierced into the forehead of a warrior. A stream of blood spurted out of the man's glabella, and his pupils immediately dilated as he fell backward. A large part of the power that was about to break through Mei Dong-er's palm was removed. The other three people's expressions changed drastically. Their fear made them withdraw their power, and they all felt danger. This time, the pressure on the man in the silver silk brocade robe was even greater. His defense was instantly broken through by the palm force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying in the direction of the kitchen. When Xianxia saw the man flying toward him, he kicked him unceremoniously, sending him flying toward all the guests in the restaurant. This caused everyone to be so shocked that they flew in all directions, leaving an open space for the man in the silver silk brocade robe to fall to the ground. He actually didn't move, as if he had already died. Mei Dong-er looked at the body beside her, which had a bloody hole in between its eyebrows. She immediately knew that it was Xianxia who had done it, so she gave him a grateful look. "Young master!" The remaining three martial artists were shocked and hurried forward to check. Suddenly, one of them shouted in horror, "The young master is dead! The young master is dead!" The three of them were shocked as if their young master had an indestructible golden body and would never die. Their expressions were even weirder and more fearful than if they had picked up soap. The three martial emperors couldn't help but shiver. One of them trembled and said, You killed our young master. You are dead. So what if they're dead?" Xianxia said indifferently, "So many people die every day. What's the difference between them and dead dogs? Hey you, do you know who my young master is?" The cultivator's face was filled with sorrow as he cried out, "This time, not only will your entire clan be annihilated, even the few of us will be implicated." "Oh," Xianxia asked, "could it be that he had a powerful background? Is your young master the president of the Sea of Soul Formation headquarters or one of the three lords of the Holy Region?" "This Tao Wu, don't try to talk your way out of this. You've already caused a great disaster. Just wait for your clan to be exterminated." The martial artist was furious. Thinking about how he had also suffered an undeserved disaster, he wanted to kill the two people in front of him, but from the fight just now, he was no match for them at all. At this moment, everyone around was shocked. Many people's faces changed and they said in horror, "Wang De is really dead? How could it be?" It seemed that this silver silk brocade-robed man's background was indeed not small. Even the guests in the hall were frightened to death. Many people began to leave, afraid that they would be implicated. "Young Master De was actually beaten to death by you guys?" The old woman's voice came from the kitchen. There was a trace of fear in her voice as she sternly said, "Mei Dong-er, you bastard child who only knows how to bring trouble to the clan. Get lost immediately. Cold Plum Fragrance will be closed for now, and will not open for business until the storm is over." After the old woman's voice rang out, the waiters in the restaurant became nervous and began to drive away the guests, tidying up the building and preparing to close down. The three warriors carried Wang Die's body and left in grief and indignation. Before they left, they didn't forget to leave some harsh words. "Don't even think about trying to cut ties with your Cold Plum Fragrance. Just wait for the fire of anger to come." The other martial artist's body was abandoned outside the kitchen like a dead dog, and no one cared about it. Mei Dong-er looked towards the kitchen. Since Granny Kuei doesn't want me to come, I'll leave now. But when I can defeat Granny Kuei, I'll definitely come back. The old woman's voice came from the kitchen. It was bone-chilling and she snorted. Now that the people from the Miao Xian sect have left a message, they have implicated us as well. Don't leave, just stay. I will have an explanation to the Miao Xian sect later. Mei Dong-er's face turned pale as she said miserably, Granny Kuei, are you going to hand me over to an outsider? Granny should have seen what happened just now. It was clearly the other party who was rude first. The curtain of the kitchen was lifted, and a pitch-black walking stick appeared. Then an old woman with a hunchback appeared. Her face was twisted and ugly, and her eyes were sharp. She snorted, even if they were at fault, you shouldn't have directly killed them. Furthermore, the Miao Xian sect is not something our Mei family can afford to offend. I'm naturally happy to send you out to settle the matter peacefully, and it'll also save us one less trouble. Mei Dong-er smiled bitterly and said, no matter what, I'm still a member of the Mei family. The family's treatment of their own people is too disheartening for the Mei family's disciples. May I ask how Ninth Aunt will be able to control the clan in the future? Granny Kuei snorted coldly and said, this matter will be over very soon. The people from the Miao Xian sect will probably return soon. When that time comes, I'll just hand the two of you over. I don't think you'll live for long. How would the family know? Of course, I'll only report this to Ninth Aunt when I return. So, it's the people from the Miaoshuan sect, Yunxiao said to himself at this moment. No wonder they are so arrogant. We are indeed in trouble now. Is the Miao Xian sect very powerful? Mei Dong-er asked worriedly. She seemed to have heard of this sect before, but she didn't have much of an impression of it. Yunxiao had always been an unfathomable existence in her heart. Now, even he said that it was troublesome, and a shadow immediately emerged in her heart. She didn't care if she lived or died, but she was afraid of implicating him. Have you gone mad from cultivating in the Big Dipper sect? Granny Kuei sneered. You don't even know about the mysterious profound sect? But it doesn't matter. You only have a few hours left in your lives, so you don't need to know so much. Mei Dong-er hurriedly pushed Yunxiao out and said anxiously, Young Master Yun, you should leave first. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Granny Kuei snorted coldly. Immediately, a few figures blocked the entrance. They exuded a powerful aura and coldly looked at the two of them. Yunxiao patted her on the forehead and said with a smile, when I said trouble, I meant that the Miao Xian sect is in trouble. They actually dared to touch Dong-er. They've caused a great trouble. Ha ha ha. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and doesn't know how the word death is written. Granny Kuei laughed out loud without restraint. Her laughter was filled with coldness as she said, although the mysterious profound sect is not as dominant as the 7 superpowers on the heavenly martial continent, it is still very famous in the North region, which is the most powerful overall. His strength could at least be ranked in the top 10 in the entire North region. Furthermore, they were the most licentious sect in the entire North region. Any woman that a disciple of the Miao Xian sect had taken a fancy to, basically, would not be able to escape. Even a few women from Beiming Dark Palace's branch families had become the exclusive property of the young master of the Miao Xian sect, Wang Zhen. The person you just killed was Wang Zhen's younger brother, Wang De. Do you think you still have a chance to live? A strange look flashed in her eyes as she laughed cruelly. Mei Dong-er, as for you, you'll be in an even worse state. With your looks, if you fall into Wang Zhen's hands, you'll definitely be tortured. You'll be better off dead. Haha. Her tone was cruel and cold. It didn't seem like she was from the same family as Mei Dong-er. Bang! The door of the restaurant was instantly blown open by the force. The few martial artists guarding the door did not even have time to scream before their bodies exploded and turned into minced meat. A cold wave came in, and soon, there were more than 10 people in the restaurant. Ah! Granny Kuei's mouth was wide open in shock. That martial artist was one of her most capable subordinates, but she had never thought that he would die so inexplicably on the spot, not even leaving behind an intact corpse. When he saw who it was, He was so scared that he took a step back and didn't dare to say a word. There were more than a dozen people standing at the door. A man in a sky-blue long robe led the way in with a gloomy expression. His long hair was scattered behind him, and he exuded a cold aura. His cultivation base was at the martial honor level. Behind the man were two slightly older elders. They were not angry, but they exuded an invisible aura that was not inferior to that of the leader. The rest of the people were much weaker, but they were all martial royal realm experts. They all had a threatening aura and a sense of evil. As soon as they entered the room, their eyes fell on Mei Dong-er like hungry wolves seeing meat. It made Mei Dong-er's hair stand on end, and she leaned against Xianxia in horror before she felt a slight warmth. One of the martial artists at the peak of the martial emperor realm was holding Wang De, who had died earlier. He followed the blue-robed young man with a gloomy face and slowly knelt down on one knee. He carefully placed Wang De's body on the ground. "But these few people?" the long-robed man said softly. His tone was emotionless, and everyone who heard it felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, it's them." The three warriors who had left earlier were so frightened that they fell to their knees. One of them pointed at Xianxia and the other man in horror and said, "First it was that woman's palm, then that man's foot, and young Master De died. We couldn't even save him in time." After the three of them pointed out the truth, they all lowered their heads and trembled violently. "My brother was a martial emperor of the Seven Constellations realm, but he was killed by two martial grandmasters," the long-robed man recited. "The four of you are also martial emperors, and you're saying you can't save him in time." He glanced at the corpse at the kitchen door and said, "Not only that, one of you even died. What's the point of keeping trash like you around? Spare me, young Master Zhen, spare me. The three of us have already tried our best." The three of them cried and begged for mercy, continuously kowtowing. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was smashed into pieces. Blood stained their foreheads, but it was unable to dispel Wang Zhen's cold expression. "You tried your best? Then why did my brother die instead of you three pieces of trash? All right, your final mission has been accomplished. Consider it as you've done your best." The three of them were stunned. They immediately saw Wang Zhen wave his sleeve and flee in horror. However, they instantly lost their consciousness and fell down one after another. All of them were dead. An ice-cold aura spread throughout the restaurant. Granny Kuei's face was filled with fear, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Mei Dong-er stuck herself to Xianxia in horror, as if this was the only way to drive away the cold. She clenched Xiao's sleeve even tighter. "How cruel. You even killed your own people." Xiao laughed. "This is called the shallow water is full of turtles, while the small demons in the temple are strong. The stranger the sect is, the uglier it is, and the more mischief it has, the less capable it is. The Miao Xian sect is extremely famous in the North region, but now it seems that it's just SOSO. It's an exaggeration. How audacious!" The peak martial royal realm expert who had carried Wang De in earlier shouted angrily. He pointed at the three of them and shouted, "No wonder you dared to kill my family's young Master De. It turns out that your Mei family does not put my Miao Xian sect in your eyes." The anger on his face suddenly turned into a sinister smile. He chuckled and said, "I've heard that the ninth aunt, the head of the Mei family, is a hero among women. Women are not inferior to men. All the men of the Miao Xian sect would like to experience it." Ha ha ha. His words immediately caused all the cultivators behind him to laugh, their faces filled with obscene and lewd expressions. Even Wang Zhen's ice-cold expression turned for the better. He chuckled and said, "When ninth aunt was young, she was a peerless beauty. My uncle had several thoughts about her, but I don't know if he got her. Wang Zhen isn't talented, but he really wants to complete uncle's regretful task. Young Master Zhen, they were the ones who killed him. It has nothing to do with the Mei family," Granny Kuei exclaimed in shock. Granny Kuei's heart grew colder and colder. She didn't even dare to face Wang Zhen's bone-chilling aura. "He died in your Mei family restaurant. How can it be unrelated?" Wang Zhen said. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. He crushed it into powder in his hand and slowly scattered it on the table. He stared coldly ahead, as if Xianxia and the other two were not worthy of his gaze. It's just how much it has to do with you, but it doesn't matter because no matter how much it has to do with you, as long as it's related, you have to die. Bad guys, please watch your mouth. Although the Mei family is not a big sect, it is still a powerful force in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Ninth Aunt is the leader of the Mei family, and you can't insult her like this. Mei Dong'er was furious, but she didn't know how to scold people. She only knew how to say, bad guy. Her face was red with anger, but this made the other party drool even more. Their eyes were green with envy. Bad guys? Haha. You're going to say that our young master is a good man later. Haha. The martial emperor at the peak laughed out loud. He looked at the three of them and said, now, let's first kill young Master Dis Murderer and this ugly old hag to avoid being an eyesore. Magnet! Granny Kuei sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back in horror. She then said fearfully, young Master Zhen, your brother's death is really unexpected. Why don't I take down these two people for you? And please spare my life for the sake of my ninth aunt. You've lived for so long, so why are you afraid of death? My younger brother was only in his 30s, and he died without knowing why. If you can go with him, you won't have lived in vain. Don't tell me you're not willing to go with my brother. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Granny Kuei's face. Suddenly, she raised her walking stick and swung it at Mei Dong'er. She roared in anger. It's all your fault, you bitch. You've dragged me into this. She couldn't even muster up the will to resist Wang Zhen's aura, and she vented her anger on Mei Dong'er. Xianxia shook his head speechlessly. He took a light step forward and punched the crutch with his physical strength, forcing Granny Kuei back a few steps. Under her horrified and incredulous gaze, Xianxia took a step forward and came in front of her, then grabbed her and threw her at Wang Zhen like a weapon. Umph! How dare you blaspheme my young master? You're looking for death. The expert at the peak of Martial Emperor realm had been watching them fight coldly. At this moment, he snorted coldly and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake and the entire bluestone floor to shatter into powder. He stared at Xianxia coldly, and without even looking at Granny Kuei, he threw out a palm strike mercilessly. Granny Kuei let out a blood-curdling screech as she spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the light of a battle armor appeared on her body before shattering, but it still managed to block most of the attacks for her. She fell to the ground far away and cried out in pain as she repeatedly said, "Don't kill me, Master Zhen, don't kill me." The expert frowned, his face showing dissatisfaction. It was obvious that he was extremely uncomfortable that he had failed to kill Granny Kuei with his palm strike. He raised his right arm and wanted to attack again. Dong'er, let's go. At that moment, Xianxia put on a lazy look. Unwilling to waste time with these people, he took Mei Dong'er's hand and was about to leave. The expert snorted in anger and immediately changed the direction of Grandma Kuei's palm strike. The space seemed to be split into two as black patterns appeared. You're looking for death. Xianxiao's eyes turned cold as he pushed Mei Dong'er away with his right hand. The space around him curved, and he disappeared from where he was, leaving behind an afterimage. In his shock, the expert suddenly realized that there was another person in front of him, who was slapping his chest with a palm. A terrifying force pressed down like a mountain, and his chest felt as if it was blocked by a large stone. The expert was greatly alarmed, but it was already too late to dodge, so he hurriedly sent out a palm strike. Boom! As the two palms collided, the expert's arm went numb from the shock. He quickly retreated behind Wang Zhen in fear. Form displacement? No, that's impossible. Wang Zhen's pupils contracted, revealing a solemn expression. His gaze finally turned from the void and he said in a deep voice, "With the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster, you could force my subordinates at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm to retreat. And that magical movement technique seems to have some background. No wonder you dared to kill my brother. That fatal kick to my brother's chest, it was you, right? However, no matter how powerful your background is, You must be buried with my brother. He snorted, and his body floated up as he threw a punch. The fist wind was mixed with the power of a domain, trying to suppress Yunxiao directly. With a sneer, Yunxiao's figure flickered as he retreated. What? The domain is ineffective. Wang Zhen cried out in alarm, his face immediately darkening. The martial royal realm expert was shocked and furious, as if he had lost face in front of the young master. He said angrily, "This man is not worthy of young master's attack. Let this subordinate take his head to appease young master's hatred." He took the lead. With a flash of light in his hand, he thrust a long sword at Yunxiao, pouring all the strength of a peak martial emperor into it. Yunxiao snorted lightly as he faced the sword beam head-on. A layer of golden light began to emerge on his body, and the northern heaven cold star sword appeared in his hand, shining with a cold light. As he swung the sword, the cold air in the restaurant was immediately swept away, surging like a mighty river. Bang! The two swords clashed, creating sparks. The sword at the peak of the martial emperor realm stopped howling, and its sword light dimmed rapidly. The force passed through the sword, numbing the martial emperor's right hand and almost making him lose consciousness. How did this happen? He roared in shock and anger. There's something strange about this kid. Everyone, let's attack together. He was at the peak of the martial emperor realm, but he was suppressed by the power of the other party's martial grandmaster. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the other party had deliberately suppressed his cultivation? It must be like this. He could no longer care about his face. He shouted and asked everyone to attack together. There were more than 10 martial emperors. Unless the other party was a martial honor, they would be smashed into meat paste no matter what. Good boy, you're so stubborn. Today, I'll let you know how to write the word death. Don't think that the Miao Xin sect only knows how to play with women. We also have our ways of dealing with handsome men. Everyone, don't fight with me. After I subdue this kid, I'll have a good time before I kill him. More than a dozen people rushed forward while laughing. Although Yunxiao was not at a disadvantage in the battle with a peak martial emperor, he did not have any aura, and looked harmless and easy to bully. Moreover, they had more people and there were 2 martial venerables behind them, so there was nothing to be afraid of. They cursed and attacked. Be careful. This man is not simple. Shut up. The martial emperor at the peak shouted angrily when he saw the nonchalant looks on the crowd's faces. However, he suddenly realized that everyone had quieted down. What's going on? A question mark appeared in his mind as he saw more than a dozen people standing there obediently, not moving at all. He looked over in horror, and his pupils shrank. All he saw was darkness around him, and there was only a bright red moon hanging high in the sky. He gradually lost consciousness. What? Wang Zhen, who was sitting there, suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise, as if he had sensed that something was wrong. The peak martial emperor suddenly turned around, and with a loud shout, he unsheathed his long sword and stabbed it toward Wang Zhen with all his might. What? You? Wang Zhen's heart jolted, not knowing what was going on. All of a sudden, not only the peak martial emperor, but the dozen or so martial artists who had been standing still suddenly attacked at the same time. They turned around and surrounded him. What's going on? This time, Wang Zhen was completely dumbfounded. However, in the blink of an eye, he discovered that everyone's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if only a shell was moving, and they were completely unafraid of death as they displayed their ultimate techniques. Young master, they've been controlled by an illusion. Only the 2 martial supreme elders behind him were shocked. The 2 of them protected Wang Zhen's side. The power of 2 domains spread out and stacked together, instantly suppressing the power of more than 10 people. More than a dozen people stopped one after another. Under the power of the domain, it was difficult to resist, and they were suppressed to their knees. They no longer had any consciousness and were completely submissive to power. Although they were still resisting tenaciously, they could no longer move. Wang Zhen's eyes flashed with a trace of anger as he shouted, "A bunch of trash! Kill them all!" This! One of the old men revealed a shocked expression and said, "Young master, they are Kill them all? Wang Zhen said coldly. Cut the crap. What's the use of keeping such a useless piece of trash? To be controlled by someone else without knowing it. The two old men looked at each other and saw the helplessness and coldness in each other's eyes. However, the Miaoxian sect had always been like this, and Wang Zhen killed people like grass. The two of them did not dare to disobey. Looking at these fellow disciples who stayed with them all day long, they sighed in their hearts and immediately killed them. The martial artists who were controlled by Yunxiao's invisible mind were all martial emperors, and they had been suppressed by the power of the domain. How could they resist the slaughter of the two martial venerables? In an instant, the inn was stained with blood, and all of them were killed. The thick smell of blood spread out, as if it was a slaughterhouse. Mei Dong-er's face turned pale as she watched. She couldn't help but want to vomit. The cruelty of this demon's methods made her hair stand on end. He was actually so vicious to his own people. If she were to fall into his hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. She had already decided in her heart that if she fell into this person's hands, she would kill herself at the first moment. Wang Zhen raised his cold head and stared at Yunxiao as he said coldly, "What other methods do you have now? Show me all of them and let me experience them." Yunxiao's eyes gradually regained their clarity. At the same time, controlling so many martial emperors had greatly hurt him. However, Wang Zhen's cruelty was beyond his expectations. He chuckled and said, "It seems like the mysterious sect has been developing well these past few years. They abandoned so many powerful subordinates just like that. Their deaths were all because of you?" Wang Zhen said coldly. "You're the one who caused their deaths. I'm going to avenge them. Also, I'll make you regret being born in this world for my brother's death." "Don't be so bored," Yunxiao said. "Can you not be so boring? You're the one who killed your men. As for your brother, Ingluo, he's looking for death. You're the one who's looking for death." Wang Zhen finally flew into a rage. Although he didn't have any feelings for this younger brother and had always looked down on him, they were still of the same bloodline. He was his biological younger brother, so he was still angry. But what made him even angrier was that Yunxiao had forced him to kill so many of his men. He was immediately disgraced, which was the reason why he wanted to kill Yunxiao the most at this moment. Flying smoke hand with a thought. Several streams of energy gushed out from his hands and wrapped around his hands like ribbons. The strong wind pressed down on the surrounding space, making it solid and constantly solidifying. Not only did he want to kill Yunxiao, but he also wanted to torture him to death with his own hands. As for Mei Dong-er, he had already arranged for her to be a little reward for killing Yunxiao and avenging his brother. That appearance was indeed very cute. He would use it a few times first and then slowly torture it. "Ha ha ha," Yunxiao laughed. "I'm a newbie. I don't know any better. If I offend you in any way, you can fucking come and hit me." He unsheathed the northern heaven cold star sword, and a cold light flowed like autumn water. At this moment, his arm turned pale gold, and with a great force of 10,000 jin, he stabbed out in the air. Shwa shwa! The long sword struck the air, making a violent collision sound. Green lotuses appeared on the sword and bloomed one by one. "Humph! The light of a grain!" Wang Zhen snorted coldly as he clenched his fists and spun them. The air around him vibrated against Yunxiao's sword like gears, destroying the green lotuses one by one and darkening the restaurant. Yunxiao chuckled, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. After the sword was knocked back by the opponent, he immediately stepped into a strange pace to dissipate the force, and at the same time he thrust the sword out with a cold gleam, aiming for the opponent's throat. Wang Zhen's face revealed a shocked expression. The other party was a mere martial arts grandmaster, but he was actually able to withstand his moves as if nothing had happened. Usually, a martial arts grandmaster would be killed in one move. It was only because he felt that it was a little strange that he could control so many of his subordinates that he personally took action. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought several rounds. The more they fought, the angrier Wang Zhen became. He had a feeling that he could crush Yunxiao with just a little more strength, but no matter how much he increased his strength, he could only maintain the status quo. He felt that Yunxiao was like a roly-poly toy, and he could not suppress him no matter what. Young master! The two old men behind him were shocked and wanted to step forward to help. Don't come near me. I want to kill him with my own hands. The two of them practiced cultivation techniques in the restaurant for half a cup of tea's worth of time. Yunxiao only defended and did not attack, making Wang Zhen go crazy and roar repeatedly. This made Wang Zhen very irritable and angry. He was a martial honor, and even if there were 100 existences with the strength of Yunxiao, he should have killed them all long ago. The two old martial venerables were greatly shocked when they saw Yunxiao's endless means. The golden light on his body seems to be some kind of extremely powerful physical technique. Where have I seen it before? Do you have any impression of it? You're not talking about the tyrant martial sovereign's indestructible body, are you? Haha. I can't believe you came up with this. In fact, you have the same thoughts as me. You just don't dare to admit it. A swan and I does look like one, but it's impossible for it to have an indestructible golden body. Otherwise, how could the young master be safe and sound? And look at his teleportation steps from time to time. It's like the form displacement that great alchemists usually love to use. Could it be form displacement transposition? Don't be silly. You mean that a young man at the martial arts grandmaster level has the imperishable golden body technique? And he can even change his position. Is there such a possibility? Otherwise, how could he block the young master's storm-like attacks? The elemental energy fluctuations on his body had not surpassed that of an 8-stars martial grandmaster. He had only been able to hold on until now by relying on the power of his physical body, his strange steps, and his profound martial arts techniques. Is this normal? Well, now that you've mentioned it, there's indeed a problem, Ingluo. The two martial venerables looked puzzled, and their expressions became more and more serious. We can't keep fighting like this. There are too many martial artists in Yufeng City right now. Although we, the Miao Xian sect, are not afraid of stirring up trouble, there are already hundreds of people surrounding the restaurant to watch the show. Isn't that a little too undignified? Not bad. It's better to end it early. But the young master doesn't allow you and I to interfere. What should we do? Go and capture that little girl, in case she accidentally escapes. I'm going to take that ugly old woman's life. It's disgusting to look at. Okay. After the two of them assigned their tasks, they headed towards Granny Kuei and Meidong. Since Wang Zhen didn't want them to get involved, they might as well do something since they had nothing to do. No, please let me go. Granny Kuei screamed in horror and was about to escape when a martial supreme pointed a finger at her. She instantly exploded in the air, leaving only ashes behind. The metal staff was bent from the explosion and stuck into the ground, shaking. Meidong was also shocked. However, how could she possibly escape from the hands of Wu Zun? She was instantly suppressed by the power of the domain and could not move at all, waiting to be slaughtered. Damn it! Yunxiao, who had been fighting with Wang Zhen, finally changed his expression. With an angry roar, he teleported in the air and appeared in front of Meidong, thrusting his sword toward the martial supreme. Haha! Let this senior take care of you. The martial honor was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. With all his power gathered in his palm, the surrounding spiritual qi was almost completely absorbed by him. The entire restaurant was about to collapse. A hole had appeared in his palm and was starting to devour everything. Yunxiao opened his heavenly eyes, and the phoenix true flame condensed into a line and burned over. Black cracks appeared wherever the flame passed, melting the space directly. Magnet! The martial venerable was shocked. The key was that he was shocked by the power. The power coming from the flames made him feel terrified. He immediately retracted his palm energy and dodged to the side. After shooting out a stream of flame, Yunxiao immediately released Little King Kong, which was more than 2 meters long, to guard the two men. Wang Zhen's expression turned serious as he said, "A martial supreme level puppet. You're from the Thousand Leaves sect." The Thousand Leaves sect specialized in the art of mechanical puppets. It had always been a mysterious sect on the heavenly martial continent, but its strength could not be underestimated. It was said that the sect even had martial supreme-level puppets. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous teleportation and the phoenix fire just now had exhausted his soul power, and he would be too careless if he did not release the gourd little King Kong. Just now, he had used his physical body to fight with Wang Jin alone for a long time. It was entirely to test the strength of his physical body. In the initial state of the imperishable golden body, he could almost fight with a one-star martial supreme and be at a slight disadvantage. If Wang Jin knew that the other party had been using him as a trial all this time, who knew what he would think in his heart? The three of them stared at the gourd little King Kong with a serious expression. They felt the aura fluctuating from the other party's body and felt uneasy. I originally wanted to play with you guys for a little longer. Since you guys don't cherish it, then the game ends here. Let's go. Xianxia cried out. The Calabash King Kong suddenly stepped forward, and the aura of a martial supreme pressed down on him. Although it did not have the power of a domain, it was like an avalanche. Then it punched out, shrouding the space under its power and threatening to break it at any time. Wang Jin and the other two were shocked. The power of this punch actually made it difficult for them to put up any resistance. The three of them were all low-level martial venerables, while the Calabash little King Kong was a half-demon, half-weapon, which was enough to compete with the existence of a peak martial venerable. When this punch was thrown out, the surrounding space was distorted, and the entire restaurant was completely sucked into the fist light, turning into powder and scattering in the wind. Not good. Quickly run. Wang Jin finally panicked. The situation that had originally firmly suppressed the other party was suddenly reversed, and he instantly became a fugitive. The three of them shouted in horror and circulated their essence force to the peak. They worked together to open a spatial crack and flew away like the wind. 3 beams of light rushed out of the range of the gourd little King Kong's palm wind and escaped. Although Meidonger knew that the gourd little King Kong could defeat the three of them, she was still stunned when she saw that the situation had changed with just one punch and that the three of them had fled. Humph. Since you've started playing, don't even think about leaving. With a thought, Xianxia used the last bit of his soul power to teleport the Calabash little King Kong to the front of the three men's line of escape. The huge figure blocked them and threw another punch. Don't. No. Wang Jin was shocked and shouted. I am the young master of the Miao Xian sect. If you kill me, you will have no end of trouble. At this moment, the restaurant had been completely destroyed. A large number of martial artists gathered outside to listen to the sounds of fighting inside. Many people knew that the young master of the Miao Xian sect was inside. They were all secretly guessing which family's lady was going to be in trouble, but they did not want to see the restaurant collapse. In the beginning, they thought that the 3 people who escaped were those unlucky fellows. They did not expect that after a cry of surprise, it was actually the young master of the Miao Xian sect, Wang Jin. As for the burly man who teleported out, he looked like a demonic beast and did not have a human form at all. Young master. Quickly used the spirit escape talisman. One of the martial supremes was shocked. He poured his origin power into his fists, and the powerful aura on his body rose. He blocked the gourd little King Kong's fist power with his own strength, buying Wang Jin some time. The other martial venerable also suddenly realized that it was impossible for everyone to survive in this situation. The only way was to sacrifice the soldiers to protect the commander. He also instantly exploded with his strongest power and shouted, "Young master, run!" The 2 of them loyally protected their master in the face of danger, causing everyone around them to look at them in a new light. However, they were also shocked in their hearts. Who actually dared to kill the young master of the Miao Xian sect? And what was this thing that was neither human nor demon? After the initial shock, Wang Jin finally calmed down. However, he had never faced such a life-and-death situation before. He panicked for a moment because of the fear of death. After he calmed down, he immediately took out an ancient jade from his ring and quickly engraved a few spells into it. Xianxia's pupils constricted when he saw this from a distance. Ancient spiritual talisman? And it's an escape talisman. His figure instantly turned into a ray of light as he rushed forward. He transmitted a message to Meidonger. Go back to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's stronghold first. Mo Xiaochuan is there to ensure your safety. I'll come after I kill this man. The moment Yun Xiao rushed out, the punch from the Calabash King Kong finally broke the defense set up by the two martial venerables, blasting them into pieces, sending blood and flesh flying all over the sky. At this moment, Wang Zhen also activated the ancient spiritual escape talisman in his hand. It turned into a flash of lightning and instantly flew 100 miles away, disappearing from everyone's sight. The effect of this escape talisman was actually the most powerful escape technique, the lightning escape, which could cover 100 miles in an instant. Yun Xiao snorted coldly as he stepped on the aftermath of the explosion of the Vajra fist and chased after the light. The Calabash King Kong also rose into the sky and followed behind Yun Xiao. What's going on? There's actually someone chasing after the young master of the Miao Xian sect. Wang Zhen. Am I seeing things? Wow! I've really learned something new. What was the cultivation level of that demonic man just now? He killed two martial venerables with one punch. It was too terrifying. What's so strange about it? Wu Zun is only unattainable in front of you and me. In front of those true experts, they were just like ants. I don't think that young man's identity is simple. Of course, to dare to chase after the young master of the mysterious mystic sect on the street and have such a powerful subordinate, he must be the same as the mysterious mystic sect, a powerful force among the 10 great sects of the North region. This is big news. Could it be that the 10 great sects of the North region are going to have a chaotic battle? If that's the case, the entire continent will be shocked. Mei Dong-er's mind was in a mess as she listened to the discussions of the people around her. She thought that it was all her fault. Was she really a troublemaker and an inauspicious person? In her sadness, she hurriedly flew toward the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Now, she could only ask Mo Xiaochuan to come out and preside over the matter. If Yun Xiao really killed Wang Zhen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yun Xiao flew hundreds of miles away with the Calabash Little King Kong. They were already some distance away from Yuza City and had entered an uninhabited desert. He looked around with a cold gaze and said, "Fuck you, he actually escaped. Oh? Even if I use an escape talisman, it won't be easy to escape from your hands." The demonic dragon's voice was heard. He seemed to be in disbelief. Yun Xiao snorted. That guy must have other concealment techniques on him. After all, the strength of the Miaoshuan sect is not to be underestimated. As the young master, he must have a lot of treasures on him. That's true. Miao Xian sect, you should be careful. This is no longer an ordinary sect. It's not something you can play with your current strength. The demonic dragon started to worry for him. Now that Wang Zhen has escaped, he'll leave behind a hidden danger. You should be more careful in the North region. After all, there are too many experts and you also have quite a few enemies. As soon as the dragon finished speaking, Yun Xiao suddenly frowned and focused his eyes. He suddenly pointed two of his fingers, and a sword ray shot out from his fingertips, pointing at the void hundreds of meters away. The space trembled wherever the sword ray passed by. Wang Zhen's figure emerged from it with a shocked expression on his face, and he tried to escape in a hurry. "Humph. Since you've revealed yourself, then stay here forever. The area outside of Yufeng City is barren, but it's also a good place to rest." The gored little King Kong flew out from between his eyebrows, and the power of his fist directly suppressed the space in front of him. It flew through the air like a behemoth, covering the clouds and the sun, making Wang Zhen's heart sink. "You can't kill me. I'm really the young master of the Miao Xian sect. If you kill me, you'll really die a horrible death." Wang Zhen was terrified. He thought Yun Xiao did not believe his identity, or no one would dare to kill him. He took out a jade tablet and placed it in front of him. "This jade token contains a wisp of my father's divine sense. If you force me, I'll break the jade token and you'll die." Although he was threatening, he seemed to be extremely afraid. This was indeed a protective jade tablet given to him by the leader of the Miao Xian sect, Wang De. Even Wang De did not have it. It was also because this son was deeply loved by him, and he could save his life when necessary. However, there were also great hidden dangers in possessing a body with divine sense. If the first person to separate his divine sense consumed this wisp of divine sense, his mind would inevitably be implicated and his cultivation would be damaged. Wang Gong was the sect master of one of the top 10 sects in the North region. He was currently cultivating to reach the peak of the martial emperor realm with all his might, and he had once instructed Wang Jin not to use it unless it was a matter of life and death. Another reason was that this wisp of Wang Gong's divine sense was too powerful. If it were to possess a body, it would definitely leave behind endless disasters for the body, affecting its future progress. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he did not want to use it at all, and he was also unwilling to use it. Oh? Go ahead, I'm waiting. If you don't do it now, you won't have the chance. Yunxiao sneered, and the calabash little King Kong roared along with his laughter. Wang Jun was startled by the roar. He clenched his fist and the jade token shattered with a bang. Then, a purple light gradually rose from the jade token and condensed in the air. Then, an old man in a vermilion robe appeared in the purple light. His body flickered as he appeared in the air, his eyes fixed on the gourd warrior and Yunxiao. Father, save me. When Wang Jun saw the old man, his heart trembled. Then he hurriedly asked for help. It's Wang Gong? This wisp of spiritual sense is quite powerful. Yunxiao was taken aback, but he immediately ordered the gourd to stop. He also jumped up and stood behind the gourd, waiting for the next move. In any case, Wang Jun was already a piece of fish on the anvil, and he couldn't escape. Oh? You also recognize our sect? Since that's the case, where did you get the courage to hurt my son? The wisp of divine sense's eyes burst out with anger and it shouted. Why aren't you quickly kneeling down and admitting your mistake, and waiting for your punishment? Lan, Yunxiao said. Why didn't I see that there was something wrong with your brain before? Wang Gong's divine will frowned and he said angrily, Who are you? When have you seen me? He pondered for a moment, but there was no such person in his memory. With the strength of his spiritual sense, anyone who had seen him would never forget him. It's fine if you don't remember. Get out of my way, I still want to kill your son. If I don't know what's good for me and destroy your divine sense, I'm afraid your strength will be greatly reduced. Yunxiao said indifferently. What? Wang Gong almost thought that he had misheard. Even Wang Jun was stunned. Kid, what did you say? Wang Gong said angrily. His spiritual will that had taken form started to float in the air. As the leader of a sect and one of the 10 great sects of the North region, it had been many years since someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. I told you to move, Yunxiao said coldly. When did your ears become so bad? Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you have a wisp of spiritual will here. The person I'm going to kill today. No one can save him unless you personally come. A cold beam of light shot out of Yunxiao's eyes, and even Wang Gong was taken aback and shocked. How could a young martial grandmaster have such sharp and cold eyes? Kid, I don't know what your background is, but if you hurt my son, I won't let you off even if the 7 superpowers are your backing. Wang Gong's expression darkened. He seemed to have realized that the situation was a little difficult to deal with. From Yunxiao's cold eyes, he could see the determination in them, the confidence and decisiveness that only truly powerful warriors had. Besides, if I were to possess Zhen'er's body, I'd be able to break through to the martial supreme realm immediately. Killing you would be a piece of cake. Father, brother has been killed by him, Wang Jin said nervously. What? Wang Gong was dumbfounded when he heard the news. Although Wang De was not liked by him, he was his son after all. He was a well-known young master in the entire North region. Even ordinary martial sovereigns would have to give him some face when they met. How could he say that Wang De was dead? A towering rage began to spread throughout Wang Gong's body from the bottom of his heart. The spiritual will that had taken form was on the verge of dissipating under this rage. It was like a dancing flame that could be extinguished at any moment. Damn! Wang Gong roared at the sky. A powerful aura spread out from his body and rushed into Wang Jin's body. Father, Lord Father, please don't. With such a powerful divine sense attached to me, it will definitely damage my physical body greatly, and directly impact my martial arts talent. Wang Zhen was shocked and was about to resist. He did not release Wang Gong's spiritual will even before he died, because he was afraid that the other party would possess his physical body. Although this was also a life-saving method that Wang Gong had left for him, he was unwilling to use it unless it was the last resort to avoid affecting his martial arts talent. Your brother is dead. What's the use of a person who can't even protect his brother? In his rage, Wang Gong wished he could kill him with a single palm strike. Without a care for anything else, he charged straight into Wang Zhen's body. Wang Zhen immediately revealed a pained expression as he roared towards the sky. However, as he roared, his power grew stronger and stronger. After reaching the peak of the martial honor realm, it was still rising. Oh? Are you really going to break through to the rank of a martial supreme? You should know that if you break through to the rank of a martial supreme, not to mention your son's martial Dao talent, even his body might not be able to be cured. Xianxia said unhurriedly as he leaned against the calabash King Kong in the air, his eyes full of ridicule. His attitude almost made Wang Zhen vomit blood in anger. However, his rationality still won the battle, and he suppressed his cultivation level to below the martial supreme realm. After all, his son's future in martial Dao was of utmost importance. Brat, you dared to kill my son and forced me to possess my beloved son. Today I will skin you alive and break all the bones in your body bit by bit. I will let you taste all the pain in the world before you die. Wang Zhen bellowed in pain. His long hair spread out behind his back and fluttered without any wind. His aura expanded like never before, and he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the level of a martial sovereign. However, he forcibly suppressed it to prevent Wang Zhen's physical body from collapsing. He drew a circle in front of him with his index finger, and a sword ray appeared under his fingertip. He guided the sword forward, bringing with it circles of light. A sword that splits the heavens. The sword momentum was so strong that Xianxia could feel it from a distance, which wrinkled his face and skin like waves. He did not dare to use the imperishable golden body in front of Wang Gong, for he would be in real trouble if he was recognized. Under the other party's pressing sword chi, it retreated in the face of difficulties. The calabash little King Kong, under the control of his mind, roared and attacked the front. Humph, the martial honor puppet of the Xianxia clan is nothing. Split the heavens with a single sword strike. Break this puppet for me. Boom! The sword light directly hit the calabash little King Kong's fist wind, and the fist force turned into smoke under this sword. The sword power directly cut on the fist bone, desperately squeezing in. What? Wang Zhen was shocked. Even an 8th rank martial supreme puppet should have been cut in half by his sky-splitting sword. How could he only make a small dent? The sword chi was so strong that although it couldn't split the gourd little Vajra, it still sent him flying. So strong. After all, it's Wang Gong's spiritual will. Otherwise, even an ordinary peak martial honor would not be able to hurt the body of the gourd little guardian deity. Xianxia watched the fight from a distance, his face as calm as water, and his inner emotions could not be seen. On the other side, Wang Zhen had already unleashed his divine might, and every single one of his attacks was suppressing the gourd little Vajra, completely suppressing it to the point that it didn't even have the strength to fight back. A large number of attacks bombarded its body, and if it weren't for the fact that the 9th-tier materials of the purple and green twin swords had been added with the Tenzhou Imperial Golden Corner, its body would have already collapsed under such a powerful combo attack. The gourd little King Kong was a half-beast, so it had its own anger. It roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. It was beaten until it almost lost its temper. On the other hand, Wang Zhen was shocked beyond words. Even if his opponent was a 9th-ranked puppet, his battle technique and strength should have been enough to destroy it long ago. Yet, he had only managed to leave a mark on its body, unable to penetrate deep into its core. Could it really be a 9th-ranked golem? Or perhaps some extremely precious item was placed in the puppet during the refinement process, resulting in the puppet failing to reach the 8th rank. Only then would the puppet possess the strength of the 8th rank, and its fleshly body's toughness would exceed that of an ordinary 9th-rank puppet. Wang Jin quickly agreed with his own guess and thought to himself, yes, that must be it. It seemed that he had to use a more powerful move. He suddenly retracted his attack and brought his hands down in a circle in the air. A faint blue light appeared around him, and the mysterious light shadow illuminated the sky beautifully. There were even patterns of symbols flashing in the light shadow. He shouted, "Wonder Spirit One style." The patterns in the light shadow were immediately taken into his palm. Wang Zhen's body shuttled back and forth in the blue light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the gourd little King Kong and struck. The calabash little King Kong let out a loud roar, and his Vajra fist shattered the space. He was incomparably brave, but he was blocked by a powerful force. His entire body immediately sank into a light blue color. He didn't know where the huge force came from, but it was tearing his body apart as if an infinite force was going to split him apart. Bang! All of a sudden, the right fist of the gourd little King Kong broke and disappeared into the blue light. Cracks began to appear on his body as he struggled in the light. Oh? Was this the wonderful spirit move of the 3 supreme martial arts techniques of the Miaoxian sect? It's indeed something. It can exert such power without triggering the rules of heaven and earth. If it was Wang Gong's true body, I'm afraid that the gourd little Vajra would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Seeing that the calabash little King Kong was about to collapse, Yunxiao flew over. He opened the immemorial heavenly eye between his brows and immediately shot out a strong wind that spun in the air. In a breath's time, it grew to more than 10 times its original size and swept over the world. What kind of whirlwind is this? Why does it have such a powerful pressure? Although it's not strong, I can clearly sense its level of pressure. Wang Zhen's face turned serious. He had not expected Yunxiao to have such a trick when he saw that the calabash little King Kong was about to fall apart under his Wonder Spirit One move. That astral wind naturally couldn't hurt him. He snorted coldly and was about to free up his hands when his heart suddenly trembled. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat and he almost vomited. After using the wondrous spirit technique, Wang Zhen's body was already at its limit. If he forcefully diverted his attention to use the technique, it would definitely hurt his body and leave behind hidden dangers. A 1-star martial supreme is only at this level. He unhappily retracted his martial skill. His feet turned into a ray of light and he flew away to avoid the tornado of the immemorial gang wind. Brat, who are you? Since you dared to kill my beloved son, then you must have the courage to bear the wrath of my Miaoxian sect. Otherwise, what kind of man are you? Wang Jin glared at Yunxiao. He had taken action personally, but he had still failed to take down this young man. It was simply incredible. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao called back the calabash King Kong and said with a smile, "You'll know sooner or later, don't worry. If you have more patience, wouldn't it be more fun to leave the interesting story for later?" "Humph. I'll remember your appearance. As long as you're in the North region, don't even think about having a peaceful day." Wang Jin snorted coldly, turned around, and flew away. If this body could last for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he was 100% confident that he could kill Yunxiao. However, the result was not optimistic. Since that was the case, it was better to leave early, so as not to stay on Wang Zhan for too long and hurt his beloved son's martial Dao talent. If that happened, the loss would outweigh the gain. Yunxiao stood where he was, watching Wang Zhan's body leave until it disappeared from his sight. The demonic dragon's voice came, "Why didn't you chase? He can't kill you now. You just need to follow him from a distance until his body can't take it anymore. When his spiritual sense leaves his body, you can kill him in one fell swoop." "I don't believe that you didn't think of this method." "Killing is not my purpose," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Since Wang Gong has come forward, he can be considered an old acquaintance. I don't mind giving him some face. Moreover, Wang Gong is also considered a hero. If we bring up the rear, I won't be able to handle his crazy revenge." The smile on his face became even weirder as he said, "Moreover, there's an Oriole watching us in the dark. I don't want to be someone else's wedding dress." As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the space not far away. A young man in a light red silk robe slowly walked out of the air. The man's body was full of jewels and treasures, and he looked very energetic. He had flaxen hair and a pair of bright eyes. After the young man came out, his eyes fell directly on the gored little King Kong and said, "This puppet is quite strange. Little brother, name a price. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs." There was actually such a person who would buy it no matter how much it was. Other than an idiot, only someone who had absolute confidence in their wealth could do so. And looking at the jewels and pearls this person was wearing, he indeed belonged to the latter. Xianxia looked at the man and said with a smile, "Show off your wealth? Can you afford to eat herbal tea eggs?" "Ahem. I really can't afford that." The young man was embarrassed. "Don't pick on me. How much is this puppet? I won't let you down." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The young man in front of him was less than 30 years old, younger than Wang Zhen, but his cultivation base was slightly higher than Wang Zhen's. He was at least a 2 stars Marshal Supreme. The North region was indeed the strongest region among the 4 great regions. One could easily see martial honors running around in the streets. If they were placed in the other 3 regions, they would be at the level of elders in their sex. Since there's no tea egg, then I'll just give you a few tens of thousands of 9th-tier medicinal pills. You can take this puppet. Xianxia snorted coldly. "Ha ha! This is so unpleasant." The young man smiled and said, "I can see that your puppet should be a 9th-rank item. Moreover, the materials used are very precious. There should be a problem when you were refining it, which is why it dropped to the 8th rank. How about this? I'll offer you 2 portions of the raw materials for your puppet. How about it? Are you trying to cheat me of the recipe for this puppet?" Xianxia asked. "Haha, I'm not interested in that." An embarrassed look flashed across the young man's face as he called out, "Are you selling or not?" Xianxia chuckled. Goldie turned into a beam of light and returned to his glabella. Then he went back to Yufeng City, no longer paying attention to the man. Hey, how can you be so rude?" The young man caught up and shouted, "Which sector you from? I saw it with my own eyes that you were trying to kill the eldest young master of the Miao Xian sect." Xianxia stopped, stared at him and said, "You were the one who told me Wang Zhen's location just now. You should also know that Wang Gong's divine sense is hidden on him, right? I must tell Wang Gong about this. I can't be the only one to take the blame." The young man laughed. You need evidence to speak. I am Li Feiyu. May I know your name?" "Li Feiyu? I got it. I'll send someone to inform the Miao Xian sect later. We'll meet again." Xianxia cupped his fist and performed a wonderful movement technique, and in the blink of an eye he was hundreds of meters away. "You coward!" Li Feiyu was stunned on the spot. He had never met such a person before. He also quickly rushed over and shouted, "Don't go. There's something interesting happening in Yufeng City today. Are you interested in participating?" "I'm not interested. Run." Xianxia spat out without looking back and sped up, as if he was determined to get rid of the man. A large number of martial artists are trapped in Yufeng City and can't be transported out. The city lord of Yufeng City is planning to hold a martial arts practitioners trade fair today, and any strong practitioner above the rank of a martial honor is allowed to participate. Are you really not interested? There might be a lot of unexpected treasures. Li Feiyu's movement technique was not to be outdone either. He kept close to Xianxia's back, about 30 meters away from him, maintaining this distance as he advanced. His heart was already filled with shock. The footwork he was using was an absolute art, and he had never lost to anyone before. Yet, he had actually met someone who was on par with him. Oh, a warrior's trade fair. Only then did Xianxia stop. He turned around and said with a smile, "It sounds interesting. Only martial honors and above can participate. I'm still too far behind." Li Feiyu took a closer look at Xianxia's face and confirmed that he had not disguised himself. "Your appearance is unfamiliar, but your cultivation is so high. As for the martial ancestor, stop laughing. For you to be able to control an 8th-ranked puppet, you should be at least an 8th-ranked being." He was certain that Xianxia must have hidden his cultivation base. He had seen the battle with Wang Zhen just now. Although Xianxia had only made one move and summoned the primordial gale, which did not look very powerful, He had frightened Wang Gong's divine will away, which made him even more afraid. I am indeed only a martial grandmaster, Xianxia said with a smile. You've misjudged me. But I have a good idea. The two of them walked side by side. After returning to the city, Xianxia did not return to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, but followed Li Feiyu directly to the city lord's mansion, where the warrior trade fair was held. Young Master Yun, you're very comical like this. Xianxia had already told him his name on their way here. In front of him, the calabash little King Kong had become tall and thin, covered in a black robe, and Xianxia, disguised as his disciple, was following behind. Hee, the participants are all experts. If I don't keep a low profile, I'll be beaten up. You're too humble. If the people inside knew that you killed Wang De, chased after Wang Zhen, and even fought with Wang Gong's divine sense, I reckon that even if you hit them, they would just stand there and let you hit them. They wouldn't dare to fight back. Brother Feiyu, you're being too serious. You're clearly the one who schemed against Wang Zhen and Wang Gong, and you don't have any respect for the Miao Xian sect. Please don't blame it on me. If I meet any experts from the Miao Xian sect inside, I will definitely tell them about this. The two of them bickered with each other and were about to enter the city lord's mansion together. A marshal supreme was standing at the door to welcome them. How may I address the two of you? The martial-honored warrior's eyes swept across Li Feiyu's body, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He didn't expect that such a young man could step into the rank 8 martial-honored realm. This was an anomaly in the entire heavenly martial continent, and he was definitely not a nobody. When his eyes fell on the gored little King Kong, he frowned. Although he could vaguely feel a powerful force, it was strange, making it difficult for him to judge. I am Li Feiyu, and this is young Master Yun. Li Feiyu introduced Xianxia to him directly. He did not know Xiao's full name, so he only addressed him as young Master Yun. So it's young Master Li. The martial artist was shocked, and then he laughed. I say, although the realm of heavenly martial arts is vast and boundless, there are only a handful of people who can advance to martial honor at such a young age. There are only a few of them in the North region. Xianxia was surprised. He did not expect Li Feiyu to be so famous, and it was very likely that he was a disciple of some great force. You flatter me, my lord, Li Feiyu humbly replied. The warrior enthusiastically led the way for the two and said happily, with the presence of the myriad treasure towers, young Master Li, this trade fair will definitely be elevated by several levels. Xiao's heart jolted. So it was someone from Myriad Treasure's store. His brows slightly furrowed. If Li Feiyu was a disciple of the 10,000 Treasures building, then with his age, he could participate in the martial arts and technique competition in Songyue City. Could it be that he was actually going the same way as him? Haha, I'm covered in some tattered clothes. I'm just afraid that everyone won't like it and will embarrass the Myriad Treasure Tower. Li Feiyu's smile was a little overbearing, and his eyes were filled with a look of who else but me. There was no hint of modesty at all. The Myriad Treasure Tower was hailed as the world's #1 chamber of commerce. The people inside were mostly rich and imposing, each of them ordering around arrogantly. After Li Feiyu heard the praise for his wealth, he immediately put on the appearance of a rich man and swaggered in. The inside of the city lord's manor was very large, and there were all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, many of which were spiritual herbs. Vital qi was scattered everywhere, and the overall concentration of spiritual qi in the North region was far higher than that of the other 3 regions. This was also the main reason why the experts of the North region dominated. The martial honor brought the two of them for about 10 minutes before they arrived at a side hall. He led the two of them in very enthusiastically. There were more than 20 people sitting inside, all of them talking and laughing. Without exception, all of them were 8th rank martial honorables. As soon as the 3 of them entered the hall, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone began to size up Li Feiyu and the gored little King Kong without any restraint. Not all martial venerables were qualified to be his guide. Li Feiyu's special status gave him such an honor, so naturally, there would be people who were dissatisfied. Lord Yangping, this little brother is very young. A man in linen clothes on the left sipped his tea and said unhurriedly, I wonder what kind of background he has that he needs Darren to personally lead the way. The only ones who can enjoy such an honor are Bai Tan and Lord Ingbo from Freedom Island. Right? As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes turned cold. Although martial honors were everywhere in the North region, it was only an exaggerated description. In fact, in any sect, martial honors were the absolute main force. The person who was chatting and laughing next to the man in linen clothes seemed to have a layer of dust on his face. His hair was tied up high and he had a strange appearance. He followed suit and said in a high-pitched voice, "And this one who's completely covered in a robe, why does he have such a strange aura that no one can see through him? Could it be that you feel that no one here is qualified to see your face?" The two of them spoke one after another, their voices filled with provocation. Yang Ping was also a martial honor, and he was the housekeeper of the Yufeng City Lord's residence. Naturally, he knew the temperament of the crowd and had his own way of dealing with it. He laughed. "This is young Master Li Feiyu of Myriad Treasure Store, and this is his friend young Master Yun." Li Feiyu. These three words seemed to have a certain magical power. As soon as they left his mouth, everyone's expressions changed, and the previous anger completely disappeared, replaced by a look of realization. Even the expression of the man in linen clothes and the person sitting beside him changed slightly, as if they had silently acknowledged that this name could enjoy this honor. For a moment they did not say anything. At the front of the group sat two men in different clothes. The two of them cultivated completely different cultivation techniques, and their skin colors were completely opposite, one blue and one red, the color of water and fire. What was different from the rest was that the two of them did not restrain the elemental energy fluctuations on their bodies. It seemed as if water and fire elements were jumping between their movements. It wasn't that they wanted to show off their strength, but that the island of freedom was located in the depths of the North Sea. Although they were also part of the human race, their lifestyles and other aspects were different from the other sects on the heavenly martial continent. Everyone had also heard of it, and coupled with the superior strength of the island, no one minded. "So it's young Master Li Feiyu, one of the four prodigies of the North region. I didn't expect that a great sage would come here today," the man with the fiery red body said. "Not only can we make friends with young Master Li, but as a member of the Myriad Treasure Store, young Master Li must have many rare treasures on him, which can broaden everyone's horizons. You guys can talk for now. I still have to go to the entrance to welcome the guests," Yang Ping said with a smile. He arranged Li Feiyu and the Calabash Little King Kong to sit in two seats, while Yun Xiao stood behind the Calabash Little King Kong, his eyes scanning the field, intentionally or otherwise. "The two of you are actually from the Island of Freedom in the North Sea? How is Island Lord Hong?" the gourd Little King Kong suddenly said in a heavy and deep voice. Naturally, it was Yun Xiao's divine will that controlled him to speak. This friend, do you know our island master?" The fiery red man was Bai Tan from Freedom Island, and the other one who cultivated a water-type cultivation technique was Ingbo. Both of them had looks of disbelief on their faces. He stared at the gourd Little King Kong for a while. His eyes flickered with golden light and 5 colors. It was obviously a kind of eye technique. Yun Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He hid his right hand behind the gourd warrior and performed a strange incantation gesture. Immediately, a spiritual barrier enveloped him and the gourd warrior, blocking the other party's prying technique. Bai Tan stared at it for a while, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He seemed to have guessed something and nodded. "I see. What do you mean by, so that's how it is? Did you see any clues?" Ingbo asked in a strange tone. "This friend is unwilling to show his true face," Bai Tan said. "He must have his own difficulties. I can't point it out. Sir Bai Tan, since you've seen through it, just tell us. Let us know who the strange man who came with young Master Li is." Xiu Bai, the man in linen clothes, asked. He had nothing to say about Li Feiyu's identity, but he still found the appearance of the Calabash Little Vajra very unpleasant to the eye. The weirdly dressed revered martial artist, Lu Feng, who was beside him, also shouted, "Yes, yes." The two of them seemed to have a very good relationship and had similar tempers. Bai Tan wasn't moved by his words and said, Please respect the privacy of others. This made Xiao Bai and Lu Fengdun feel like they were asking for a rebuff. They both snorted and no longer spoke. But his eyes were full of hostility when he looked at the calabash little King Kong, and he even looked at Yun Xiao with cold killing intent. Naturally, Yun Xiao would not pay any attention to these two idiots. Their arrogance and disregard, and even the way they looked at him as if he were looking at a fool, made their faces turn livid with anger. Li Feiyu, on the other hand, felt very strange. He naturally knew that the puppet was hidden under the black robe, but he didn't believe that Bai Tan would be able to see through his identity. Lord Bai Tan really saw through my friend's identity? Why don't you tell me? This friend of mine only has a strange temper. There's nothing about him that's shameful. If you can tell him, he might even remove black robe. Bai Tan said, "Oh? I wonder if that's true." After all, not many people on the heavenly martial continent knew that Yun Xiao had mentioned their island master's surname, so he might really be a friend of the island master. The gourd little King Kong sat there without saying a word. In everyone's eyes, it was a tacit agreement. Bai Tan said, "The qi in this friend's body is extremely strange. Shi, Yao, and Shi should be cultivating two extremely overbearing cultivation techniques. One of them is the cultivation technique of the demon race. As for the other, it should be an extremely powerful body technique that can make one's body as hard as a diamond and equivalent to a profound weapon. That's why he has such a strange qi. There's also another possibility, and that is that this friend is a member of the demon race." Li Feiyu was extremely surprised when he heard this, and he immediately didn't dare to underestimate Bai Tan. He couldn't see the gourd little King Kong's true appearance, but he could guess to this extent, which was already very impressive. Besides, this friend's spiritual power is very strong, at least at the level of a 7th-tier great alchemist. Even my spying spiritual eye was blocked by your spiritual power, and I couldn't see anything. Otherwise, I'll definitely get a full view of you and tell you everything," Bai Tan said with a smile. He seemed to be very confident in his guess. The calabash little guardian deity said, "Master Bitu is indeed powerful. The strength of the island of freedom in the North Sea is extraordinary. It's far away from the continent, as if it's not in the world, and it's not disturbed by the world. After so many years, its strength has long reached the sky, and I'm afraid that it's no longer under the 7 superpowers of the continent." His words immediately caused everyone's expressions to change. Bitu and Ing Bo's faces changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked. "You're overpraising me, friend," Bai Tan said. Freedom Island was far away from the disputes of the secular world and focused on the pursuit of martial Tao. However, it's not as peaceful as you think. There have been several large-scale conflicts between us and the Sea Tribe of the North Sea, and we've suffered heavy losses. It's just that the continent doesn't know about it. He seemed to want to explain that the strength of Freedom Island was not strong, which made everyone even more suspicious. If another faction like the 7 superpowers appeared, it would definitely be a major event that would shock the world. Li Feiyu was also suspicious, and at the same time he was also very suspicious of Yun Xiao's identity. In the information collected by Myriad Treasure Store, Freedom Island was far away in the depths of the North Sea. No one knew its exact location, and it was impossible to reach it without using the teleportation array. However, even if it was a teleportation array, it could only teleport them to the islands in the sea around the Freedom Island. They had to be led by their people to enter the mysterious main island. Any sect on the continent had very little information about the Island of Freedom. Perhaps only the Holy Region could really grasp the movements of the Island of Freedom. Could this kid be from the Saint Realm? Li Feiyu immediately began to speculate about Yun Xiao's identity, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, the only ones who knew about Freedom Island and dared to ignore the Miao Shen sect were either the 7 superpowers or the Sacred Zone. After Bai Tan's explanation, Yun Xiao did not go into detail, but said, "When will the trading convention start? Could it be that there are other distinguished guests?" "Haha! Young Master Yun, you can't wait anymore?" Yang Ping's voice came from outside the door, and there were a few figures following him. It was obvious that they were qualified enough for him to lead the way. Everyone looked over and saw that the person beside Yang Ping was actually a woman in a palace dress. She had a thin veil on her face and her body was light. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, she gave off the aura of a dignified and elegant lady. Behind him were 4 maidservants, each of them with an extraordinary temperament. Yang Ping smiled and said, "Most of the guests have arrived. If more people come later, we'll just join in. The one I've been waiting for at the door is this lord." He made an inviting gesture and arranged for the lady to sit in an empty seat at the head of the table. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They had thought that the seat was for Yang Ping himself, but they did not expect it to be reserved for this person. Right now, among all the seats, only the highest seat remained, which was also the seat of the city lord of Rain Peak City. Yang Ping himself stood below the city lord's seat and smiled. This lord must be very curious to everyone. He is a special guest specially invited by the city lord. Not only does he participate in the trading of goods, but he is also the person who presides on the pricing. Oh, the person in charge of the pricing? Could it be that this friend is very good at recognizing treasures? Baitanchi asked. Everyone revealed a puzzled expression, suspicious of the identity of the beautiful woman in palace dress. The beautiful woman was sitting there calmly, exuding the aura of a superior and the demeanor of a powerful expert. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a hearty laugh was heard. Everyone's vision blurred, and they saw a man sitting on the chair at the head of the table. He wore a blue robe, his eyes were as clear as lake water, and his face was full of smiles. It was the city lord of Yufeng City, Geng Xing. If there's a treasure in this world that even the head of the Mei family, Aunt Zhou, can't recognize, then there's basically no one else in the world who can. So it's the head of the Mei family. Everyone was stunned, their eyes all falling on the beautiful woman. Could it be the Mei family, who specializes in hosting large-scale auctions and has the best ability to recognize treasures? Bai Tan asked in surprise. The Mei family was very low-key on the continent. Other than the rumor that they had extremely high appraisal power, there were very few other rumors. And the Mei family basically only dealt with the merchant union and had very little contact with other sections. Yun Xiao was also stunned for a moment. It turned out that the Mei family Mei Dong-er was this one. The so-called ninth aunt, the head of the Mei family, was actually this woman in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. In the many auctions he had experienced, the host was always called Mr. Mei, and they were all men. He didn't know why it was a woman who was in charge. This was extremely rare. Haha, I didn't expect to see ninth aunt here. Li Feiyu laughed. The two of them seemed to be old acquaintances. Ninth aunt's cold eyes became warm. She had a good impression of Li Feiyu and said in a soft and moving voice, "After our last meeting, young Master Li's cultivation has improved by quite a bit. When will the title of the 4 prodigies of the North be first?" "I can't even get first place with my terrible talent," Li Feiyu replied humbly. It was just relying on the myriad treasure tower's name to be forcefully added in by people to make up the numbers. I really don't dare to think about it. Aunt Zhou smiled and did not say anything else. "It's a surprise," Geng Xing said with a smile. "It's rare to attract young Master Li. It's a pleasant surprise. Not only would he be able to witness the elegance of the 4 prodigies of the North, but he would also be able to bring a lot of treasures. But ninth aunt, you're late. This isn't your usual style." Aunt Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. "I was caught up in a sudden matter, so I came late." "Oh, is it convenient for you to tell me what it is? As long as I can help, I will do my best." Geng Xing also saw the seriousness in Aunt Zhou's eyes. He immediately made a decision to win her favor and make everyone feel that the city lord was indeed a man of great character. "Thank you, City Lord Geng," Aunt Zhou said. "This is an undeserved disaster. The son of the sect master of the Miao Xian sect, Wang De, has died in my family's restaurant." "What? Wang De?" Geng Xing was shocked. Wang De from the Miaoshuan sect. "The inter-province transportation formation has been destroyed, and too many warriors have been detained. There have been too many conflicts. However, I didn't expect that the son of the sect master of the Miao Xin sect would die in my Yufeng city. This is indeed a little troublesome. Do you know who did it? I don't know for now, but the entire restaurant has been destroyed, Aunt Jo replied. I heard that it was done by a young man in his 20s with a martial honor puppet. What worries me more is that after that person killed Wang De, he killed all of Wang Zhen's followers who came to seek revenge. He even went after Wang Zhen. If it's Jigo, her eyes revealed a deep sense of worry, as if she did not dare to imagine the outcome. The others were also very serious. Geng Xing said in shock. Who is so bold? If Wang Zhen was also killed, then the Miaoshuan sect would be in deep trouble. His heart was filled with shock, and if Wang Gong lost 2 sons in pain, his Yufeng city would probably be dragged into the flames of anger as well. Aunt Jo said, That's what I'm worried about. I've sent people to investigate the whole city. Although we didn't find the murderer, we've locked onto the murderer's companions. I hope we can get a good result. Wang De is dead. Geng Xing smiled bitterly. What good outcome can there be? Wang Gong's anger was inevitable. Even though this son of his was uneducated and incompetent, he still had a precious status. As the city lord of Yufeng City, I have a certain level of responsibility. I will definitely do my best to assist Ninth Aunt in investigating this matter. Li Feiyu glanced at Yun Xiao with a smile and a strange look in his eyes. On the other hand, Yun Xiao's face was cold, and he was a little worried. Just now, Aunt Jo said that she had found the murderer's companion. She wondered if the murderer had found the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. However, with Mo Xiaochuan there, it should not be a big problem. If a martial sovereign attacked him, it would definitely be earth-shattering, and he could feel it from where he was. Now it seemed that things had not happened too intensely, and he would just wait and see. Since it has already happened, there's no point in worrying about it. After the trade fair, I'll send someone to assist Ninth Aunt. Although the people from the Miao Xin sect are all lecherous and cold, they won't dare to act recklessly in the Great Hall. If worse comes to worst, I'll go to the Holy Region once the transportation formation is repaired and invite the law enforcement officers to take charge. Then, the Miao Xian sect will not dare to be too presumptuous. With Lord Yangping's words, I'm relieved, Aunt Jo said with a nod. Don't worry, Ninth Aunt, Li Feiyu replied. My 10,000 treasures tower will definitely support you to the best of our abilities. We will never let the Miao Xian sect act recklessly, and we will also not let the murderer get away with it. Well, I may have to trouble young Master Li with this matter when the time comes. Aunt Jo was still very confident in the merchant union. After all, they had worked together for so many years, and the favor and interests were still there. The merchant union would certainly not ignore the Miao Xian sect and deal with the Mei family. Don't worry, Myriad Treasure Store and even the merchant union will support Ninth Aunt unconditionally. Li Feiyu patted his chest and said. His words carried a lot of weight, and Aunt Jo immediately felt relieved. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was speechless. In his opinion, he had just killed a hooligan, and there was no need for so much trouble. This was also because his vision was too high. In his previous life, not to mention the Miao Xian sect, even Beiming Dark Palace had killed many people, and they were still safe. How could he know the difficulties of these low-level forces? They were all trembling with fear towards those super-large sections. If they did not serve them well, it might be a disaster of extermination. This was the cruel reality of the realm of heavenly martial arts. The strong were respected, and the strong were the law. Those who disobeyed could only die. Haha, with young Master Li's words, Ninth Aunt can be at ease. Let's start our trading now. Don't let it affect your mood. Geng Xing laughed. It's all because the teleportation array was destroyed. You're all stuck here. That's why I'm holding a small event. I've also called Aunt Jo to host it. If you have any treasures, show them to us so we can all admire them together. Everyone's spirits were lifted. At their level, the treasures they could take out must be extraordinary. Otherwise, they would not take it out so easily to embarrass themselves. Everyone looked around, but no one was willing to be the first to present their treasures. Geng Xing seemed to have expected this. He smiled and said, Since everyone wants to stay until the end, Then let me show my incompetence first. He raised his hand, and the light in his ring flickered. A white jade box with a golden dragon carving appeared in his hand, and he opened the lid with a smile. A small piece of gray wood was lying inside. Other than the abundant spiritual chi, there was nothing unusual about it. Everyone carefully opened their eyes, but they still couldn't feel any difference from ordinary branches. Haha! Who can see through this thing? I'm willing to offer you 10 million medial-grade primordial stones. Even ninth ant can participate, Geng Xing said proudly. To tell the truth, I'm very curious about the Mei family's appraisal technique. If the original owner hadn't told me what this item was, I wouldn't have known even if I racked my brain. City Lord Geng is really rich and generous, Bai Xiu said. He actually dared to use 10 million mid-grade primordial stones to test the ability of the Mei family's first head. I think 10 million is definitely going to be the price. Everyone agreed. The Mei family's appraisal ability was well known, let alone the chief's. If there was something that she couldn't appraise, then no one else could. Aunt Jo smiled gently, her beautiful eyes moving. Although her face was covered by a light veil, one could still see that she was an absolute beauty. One of her maidservants immediately came forward and brought the white jade box over. Aunt Jo raised her slender hand and pointed at the small branch with her index finger a few times. She then looked surprised and said, "This thing doesn't have a rank." "What? There's no item of the same rank? Could it be an ordinary branch?" "What a joke. What kind of person is City Lord Geng? How could he take out an ordinary branch?" "There are indeed some things in this world that don't have a hierarchy," Bai Tan said in surprise. "It's because we can't measure them with the standards of the secular world. All of these items are precious treasures, and City Lord has actually taken out such precious items. I wonder what City Lord would like to exchange for, or to sell them for primordial stones." "Let's not talk about this now," Geng Xing said with a smile. "We'll talk about it after we identify what it is. Also, it's not as precious as you think, Master Bai Tan, because there's too little of it." Aunt Jo moved her fingers away from the branch and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it to be this. I already know the answer." "Oh!" Geng Xing didn't believe him. Aunt Jo chuckled and moved her lips slightly. She directly sent a voice transmission to Geng Xing's ears, but he looked stunned and incredulous. Everyone saw that she had answered. They were all itching to know the answer. "The people of the Mei family are indeed disdainful." Geng Xing shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked helpless and said, "My 10 million primeval stones were indeed given away for free." He was about to announce the answer when a calm voice suddenly rang out. It was the calabash little King Kong. "Wait, I know what this is too. Please prepare 2 sets of metastones for the City Lord." "Oh? I don't believe it," Geng Xing said directly. Even ninth ant only found out after investigating it, but you can tell what it is just by looking at it from a distance. It's too shocking. The gourd little King Kong snorted and said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the soul-raising tree formed from the essence of the Kunwu divine tree. Such pure soul-raising wood is indeed rare. But the only flaw is that there's too little of it. I'm afraid it won't be of much use." "Ah!" Geng Xing was shocked. He sized up the black robe, trying to look inside, but to no avail. He also knew that every expert had their own habits, and many people had their own eccentricities. Perhaps they liked to cover their faces, so it was not good to force an investigation. He could only smile bitterly and say, "I'm really ignorant. The realm of heavenly martial arts is so big that there are indeed many capable people." Everyone was surprised by his words. They all looked at the gourd little King Kong, and their evaluation of him increased. Even his servant, Yunxiao, came into everyone's sight. After a quick glance, they all frowned, as if this servant was not a simple man. Li Feiyu was also surprised, and he could not help but be more wary of Yunxiao. Aunt Jo's beautiful eyes were also fixed on the calabash King Kong a few times, and then on Yunxiao before she retracted them. The gourd little Vajra said, "I wonder what City Lord Geng wants to exchange for this soul-raising wood? I'm very interested. If it's really not possible, I'm willing to pay you a few more metastones." Just as young Master Yun said, Geng Xing said, This soul-nurturing wood is precious, but it's too rare. It's useless for me to keep it. I want to trade it for a golden sun warship. Is there anyone willing to do so? City Lord, aren't you being too greedy? Lu Feng, who was dressed in a strange manner, shouted. To exchange a 7th-grade Golden Sun battleship with this soul-nurturing wood is like exchanging a rock for primeval stones. Geng Xing didn't mind his collision. He smiled and said, "The Golden Sun battleship has a price, but the soul-nurturing wood is priceless. Even though they are rarely used, they are priceless in the hands of those who truly need them. Indeed, it's hard to set a price for this kind of treasure without a grade," Antjo added. Although it was used very little, the stock in the realm of heavenly martial arts was also astonishingly small. If you meet someone who is in urgent need of it, it's priceless. According to the information I've received, the only Kunwu divine tree in the world has already passed away in the South Sea, Bai Tan suddenly said. The soul-raising tree might not exist in this world anymore. What? Everyone was taken aback. Although many people did not understand the meaning behind it, at least they knew how precious this thing was. It might be a unique existence in the entire heavenly martial realm. Even Geng Xing had not expected this. After a moment of shock, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Master Bitu, why didn't you say so earlier? If you did, I wouldn't have taken it out to trade. It would have been better to keep it as a collection." He beat his chest and stomped his feet in frustration, making everyone suspicious, wondering if the two of them were working together. Even though they knew that the Kunwu divine tree was gone, no one was willing to trade for it with the Golden Sun warship, because no one needed it. It was the first time many people had even heard of it. "I don't have a 7th-grade Golden Sun warship," the gourd little Vajra said, "but I have the wreckage of an 8th-grade Netherworld warship. I wonder if City Lord Geng is willing to trade? In addition to the 10 million medial-grade primordial stones you gave me earlier, this price won't be lower than the Golden Sun warship." The remains of an 8th-grade Netherworld battleship? Everyone was shocked and looked at the gourd little King Kong. In the world, the number of sects that could own 8th-level warships could be counted on one's fingers. Besides the extremely powerful superpowers, basically every 8th-level warship was produced in the Sea of Soul Formation, and there were only a few of them. Remains? Geng Xing hesitated. It depends on how badly damaged it is. Gourd little King Kong waved his hand, as if he were ordering Yunxiao. Yunxiao then took out a storage bag and handed it to Geng Xing. Li Feiyu found it funny, but he was also curious. The more powerful Yunxiao was, the more interested he seemed. Geng Xing took the storage bag. After scanning it with his spiritual sense, he was delighted. This was the wreckage of a battleship collected from the Demon Plains. It was not complete, but its core did not seem to have suffered much damage. In comparison, it was indeed more valuable than a 7th-tier Golden Sun battleship. "Not bad. I want this remains." Geng Xing waved his hand and handed the white jade box to Yunxiao. After accepting it with an expressionless face, Yunxiao retreated behind the Calabash King Kong in silence. He sent the soul-nourishing wood directly into the Divine Realm tablet. As soon as his soul appeared, he heard a young and urgent voice from below. "Give it to me! Quickly give it to me!" A young baby was jumping for joy below, drooling as he laughed. "Haha! It's indeed the soul-raising tree that came out of my body. It's not fake at all." It was Lil Wu, and he was the one who had sensed the existence of the soul-nourishing wood, which was why he had urgently asked Yunxiao to get it. "Hurry up and give it to me." As soon as Yunxiao landed on the ground, he stepped forward and grabbed the soul-nourishing wood, then happily swallowed it. The results were immediate. His entire person began to change, as if he had grown up for a few months. Too little. Lil Wu stomped his feet on the ground in dissatisfaction. Clearly, he did not meet his expectations. Yunxiao sent him flying with a slap and snorted. "If you think it's too little, you can eat your own seedling. You can't find this thing in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. Don't be greedy." With that said, he disappeared into the Divine Realm tablet with a flash of light. In the hall, Geng Xing was also very satisfied with the deal. He laughed and said, "I've already thrown the brick. Everyone's jades should appear now, right? Hee hee. If that's the case, then I'll show my incompetence. A revered martial artist standing beside Li Feiyu raised his right hand. An ray of light shot out from his hand. With a zhang sound, it pierced into the ground. It was actually a treasured saber that was intertwined with gold and silver. It was even embedded with 7 different colored beads. The revered martial artist asked, "Is there anyone who likes this 8th grade mystic weapon? I would like to exchange it for some medicinal pills that can enhance my cultivation." "This is a Xianxia." A green-robed old man's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at the treasured saber for a while and said in shock, "Could this be Mu Yong's dual-element 7-colored blade? So it was you who killed Mu Yong." Everyone's hearts trembled. This treasured saber was indeed a pretty good item, but the name Mu Yong made everyone turn pale with fright. This person wasn't an extraordinary figure, but his identity was a little special. He was an expert from the Blade sect. The more powerful you were, the larger the circle you would be in contact with. Therefore, there were still many people who knew about the martial honor realm. What nonsense are you talking about? Did taking his weapon mean that he was the one who killed him? This 8th grade profound weapon was picked up by this old man. The Martial Supreme glared at the green-robed old man and said angrily, "If it was someone I killed, would I still dare to trade? Do I not want to live anymore?" Bai Xiu's eyes flickered, as if he was very envious of this profound-level weapon, but it was a hot item. After careful consideration, he said, "Everyone must bear witness. If I exchange for this treasured saber, Mu Yong's death will have nothing to do with me." After all, the Blade sect's reputation was too frightening. Although they were all martial honors, they were nothing more than ants in the eyes of the Blade sect, who could be crushed to death at any time. "I wonder if the solitary dragon pill of the Southern Dipper can be exchanged for this blade?" Bai Xiu asked tentatively. The Martial Supreme frowned and said, "Southern Dual solitary dragon pill can also be considered to enhance one's strength. If you want to exchange, you must have at least 300 pills." Bai Xiu's expression suddenly changed, and he had a faint look of anger as he said, 300 pills? Are you trying to extort me?" The Martial Venerable snorted. "This Southern Dual solitary dragon pill can only be regarded as the bottom of the 8th tier medicinal pills. Even if I take 300 pills, it won't have much effect on me. I don't want it. But if you can't get a better one, I'll reluctantly agree if you can give me 300 pills. Humph. If there are 300 pills, I'll use them myself." Bai Xiu angrily flicked his sleeve and sat back in his seat. His gaze was still sizing up the saber, as if he was unwilling. The value of this dual-element 7-colored blade is indeed above 300 solitary dragon pills, but this item is left behind by an expert of the Blade sect. How many people would dare to buy it? Of course, everyone could testify that it had nothing to do with the buyer, but the Saber Sword sect's martial emperor powerhouse had to be willing to listen to his explanation. Hee. Not many martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens have a good temper or patience. The Martial Venerable's expression changed slightly. His words immediately dispelled the thoughts of a few interested people. When he saw that no one else was willing to trade, he snorted angrily and said, "It's fine as long as no one is trading." With a wave of his sleeve, the saber turned into a ray of light and returned to his storage ring. He sat there with a dark face. "Young Master Li, you're the youngest Martial Supreme here, and also one of the 4 rising stars of the North region. You're also the well-deserved number 1 young man of the 10,000 treasure store. Everyone is looking forward to your treasure." Yang Ping saw that the atmosphere was a little unpleasant and hurriedly stepped out to ease the tension. He looked at Li Feiyu and smiled. "Sir Yang is being too serious. I actually don't have anything I want to trade. But since I'm here to participate in this trade fair, I can't just be a spectator. How about this? I happen to have a good treasure on me. Let's see if anyone likes it." What he said was also the truth. With Myriad Treasure Store's foundation, if there was something he wanted but couldn't get, it was impossible for it to be here. Everyone looked at Li Feiyu expectantly. With a flash of light, a piece of white metal appeared in his hand. It was smooth and soft like water. With a single look, one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. Yunxiao's heart jolted as he recognized it at a glance. Calabash King Kong said in a deep voice, "I wonder how Brother Li would like to trade for this." "Oh? Young Master Yun, you saw through it at a glance." Li Feiyu glanced at Yunxiao with a silly smile. He was not interested in looking at the puppet-gourd little King Kong. "Yes, I happen to know him," the gourd little King Kong said. "Just what is it? Please don't keep me in suspense and just say it," everyone urged. Aunt Jo was also surprised. "Young Master Yun, it really wasn't a coincidence that you knew about the soul-nurturing wood. You do have a high understanding of all kinds of materials. You even know about the metal spirit stone." "Gold spirit stone? This is the gold spirit stone." Everyone's expression changed drastically. Wu Zun, who had been trading treasured sabers, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the palm-sized gold spirit stone with greed. The rest of the people also had serious expressions. Aunt Jo explained in a low voice, "This metal spirit stone has the property of gold, but its nature is water. It can be kneaded into shape at will without damaging its nature. That's why it is often used by alchemists to refine battle armor. Such a large piece of gold spirit stone is enough for an 8th-tier battle suit." Although gold spirit stone was not the main material of the battle armor, it was the most important core material. This was why it could change its size at will and move freely when attached to the body. It was also the most precious raw material in the battle armor. Haha, young Master Li really didn't disappoint everyone. Even Yang Ping is tempted by such a treasure. I wonder what young Master Li wants in exchange. Yang Ping also showed his desire to get it. After all, a battle suit was too precious for a martial artist. Could almost save one's life. However, not everyone had the opportunity to obtain a battle suit. Especially for people of their level, it was extremely difficult to collect all the raw materials for a battle suit. Even if they had collected all of them, it was even more difficult to find an 8th-tier alchemist to help them refine it. Therefore, when they saw such a treasure, almost everyone was tempted. "It's just a little trinket. I don't know what to exchange it for." Li Feiyu smiled. "Everyone, please take out anything you like. As long as I like it, I'll exchange it." Aunt Jo chuckled and did not say anything. Although the people of Myriad Treasure Store were all rich and imposing, they were definitely extremely shrewd. Li Feiyu's words were said casually, but it was undeniable that he was asking everyone to compete for the best treasure. This way, everyone would have to show their trump cards. As expected, after Yang Ping heard this, he hesitated for a moment before taking out a jade pendant and said, "I wonder if young Master Li would be interested in this wood-type spiritual jade of mine." "Oh? It's the wood element spirit jade of the 5 elemental spirit jade. I didn't expect Lord Yangping to have such a treasure," Aunt Jo said in surprise. "In terms of value, it's indeed not below the gold spirit stone." This was especially so for wood elemental cultivators, and even more so for gold spirit stones. Although this thing can't be compared to the mutated elements of the 5 elements, it's formed after the power of the elements seeped into the ore and accumulated over the years. It's extremely rare. As soon as the wood-type spiritual jade appeared, most of the people present immediately deflated. Obviously, they couldn't take out something of this level, or they had it but were unwilling to exchange it. Li Feiyu appeared to be very casual as he replied, "Since Ninth Aunt has said so, I can still take advantage of the exchange. As long as there's no one that I like more, then I'll exchange it for Lord Yangping's wood element spiritual jade." "Young Master Yun, are you interested in my gold spirit stone?" he asked. Unintentionally, the gourd little guardian deity replied. His answer was so direct and straightforward that Li Feiyu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "In terms of treasures, our island of freedom naturally cannot be compared to you. However, we have some unique specialties that young Master Li might like." Bai Tan also couldn't help but speak up. After a short communication with Ing Bo, he took out a fiery red coral from his ring, held it in his hand, and smiled. "I wonder if the head of the famous Mei family can recognize the treasures in the depths of the North Sea?" As soon as the red coral appeared in the hall, everyone immediately felt a warm feeling on their bodies, as if a fire had been started. It was indescribably warm and comfortable. Aunt Jo frowned slightly and said in surprise, "Could it be the bloodstone coral? The May family truly lives up to its name." Baitan exclaimed in admiration. "That's right," Aunt Jo said. "It's my first time seeing this treasure too." It was said that in the 4 seas, there were experts above the 9 heavens realm who fought, and the blood that flowed out soaked in the mud and stones at the bottom of the sea. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, this coral could grow. This kind of bloodstone coral was born by absorbing the blood of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Not only does it contain a great amount of hostility, but most importantly, it also contains a trace of the 9 heavens' will. What? It contains the will of the 9 heavens. This time, everyone's expression changed. Some of them even stood up and almost pounced to snatch it. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the bloodstone coral, like wolves staring at meat. It contained the 9 heavens' conception, which was no longer an ordinary heavenly treasure. It was definitely an existence that would cause a bloody storm. Geng Xing and Yang Ping were also shocked, and their faces were full of solemnity. If they started fighting, they wouldn't be able to suppress the scene in front of them. Aunt Jo chuckled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Although this bloodstone coral contains the will of the 9 heavens, as I've said before, there is also a large amount of hostility in it. It should have been left behind by the martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. If you want to seize the will of the 9 heavens, you will also be devoured by the hostility. If you can't control it effectively, I'm afraid you will directly go crazy." "Ninth Aunt is indeed an extraordinary person," Baitan said. "You actually know so much." The bloodstone coral was indeed watered with the blood of a martial emperor. The conditions for its formation were extremely harsh, and the violent aura within it was so strong that even a martial emperor might not be able to dispel it. I've only managed to get a glimpse of the 9 heavens' conception contained in it, so it's a bit of a chicken rib. The hostility that even a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens might not be able to dispel sent chills down everyone's spine. The hot blood that had rushed to their heads immediately cooled down. Geng Xing and Yang Ping were greatly relieved. "Indeed, if not," Aunt Jo said, "the value of that would be hard to estimate, and gold spirit stones would never be able to compare." Baitan asked, "I wonder if young Master Li has a good impression of my bloodstone coral? Although it's of little value, it's still an extremely rare item." Li Feiyu smacked his head. Unable to make a decision, "It's really a difficult problem. I've never seen the preciousness of the bloodstone coral in the 10,000 Treasures Tower all these years. However, that wood-type spiritual jade is very suitable for a friend of mine, and he's also very interested in it. Young Master Yun, do you have any suggestions that can be considered for me?" he asked after thinking for a while. The calabash little King Kong said bluntly, "They're all trash, just like your metal spirit stone. They're not worth much. Just exchange them." "Haha, what big words. Aren't you afraid of spraining your tongue?" Lu Feng sneered while the others snorted coldly. "Young Master Yun and young Master Li have come together," Yang Ping said, a little displeased. "I'm sure you've brought a lot of treasures with you. Why don't you show them to us?" "Of course I have treasures," the gourd little King Kong snorted. "But you can't give me what I want. Why should I show you my treasures?" "Humph," Geng Xing snorted. "Although Yufeng City is just a small city, it's also a fortress that connects all the major cities in the north. There will naturally be a lot of exchanges of treasures. Could it be that young Master Yun wanted the stars in the sky? Even meteorites are common. Myriad Treasure Store should have what I want," the gourd little guardian deity said. "I need a type of mutated water element that is close to the origin. And there are quite a few of them. Mutated element origin energy. Ha ha ha." Everyone was shocked, and then many people laughed out loud, all of them with mocking expressions. Lu Feng sneered. "The origin variant element is comparable to a top-tier 9th-grade material. Its value is even higher than that. What do you have to exchange for it?" "There are many things you can exchange for," the gourd little guardian deity said. "The key is that you don't have any." "Humph, what a joke." Lu Feng rudely brushed his face and sat back in his chair. The gourd little King Kong waved his hand. An array of light shot into the sky above the hall, turning into a huge iron pillar that fell down with a loud bang. It shook the center of the hall, emitting a cold air that made people shiver. This is a Xianxia. Everyone was shocked. The spiritual energy fluctuations on the iron pillar were extremely strong, and with one look, they knew that it was not an ordinary object. What shocked everyone the most was that it was too huge. An ordinary rare material like this would be considered pretty good if it was the size of a palm. But this was a huge one. Ninth ant. What is this? Yang Ping was also shocked. Aunt Zhou's face also showed a serious expression. She walked forward, carefully stretched out her right hand, and gently slid it on the pillar. She immediately retracted her hand with a scream, and a layer of frostbites appeared on her fingertips. Could this be the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron? She asked in shock. But how was that possible? Such a huge piece of Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron. My God, just how much is this worth? A top-grade 9th-tier material, known as one of the top 10 metals, the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron. Aunt Zhou's judgment immediately silenced the entire hall. It was the size of a pillar, and any piece that was knocked off would be a priceless treasure. The gourd little King Kong waved his hand and immediately took back the Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron. He said coldly, "Now, those with mutated water elements can take it out and exchange for it." There was a strange silence in the hall. No one made a sound. Everyone was still immersed in the shock just now. They even suspected that they had seen wrongly and that it was not real. "It's so big," Geng Xing murmured to himself. "How can there be such a big top-tier 9th-grade material? How valuable is it?" Cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. He was afraid of the gourd little King Kong's identity. Li Feiyu was also completely stunned. He only came back to his senses when the gourd little King Kong called out to him. "Brother Li, does Myriad Treasure Tower have any intentions?" Li Feiyu came to his senses and gave Yunxiao a glance as if he were looking at a monster. "This thing is indeed better than the water element, but this is a serious matter. Even I don't have the right to decide." However, wasn't young Master Yun's Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron a little too big? How can there be so many raw materials in this world? The gourd little King Kong snorted. "You don't have to worry about that. Since there's no stock, don't think about my treasure anymore." The same goes for everyone. Everyone's face was filled with black lines. They had just ridiculed him for overestimating his ability and did not expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. However, an ordinary man's possession of a jade pendant was a crime, and many people's eyes became uneasy. Naturally, Yunxiao was not afraid of trouble, so he sneered in his heart. If someone was blind, then he could only blame his own bad luck. Li Feiyu could only bitterly smile in embarrassment. At this moment, the gold spirit stone in his hand was truly like trash. He felt a little embarrassed and immediately lost all interest in the transaction. After thinking for a while, he exchanged for Bida's bloodstone coral. After all, Myriad Treasure Store was still more concerned about the rarity of the items. Yang Ping, on the other hand, put away the wood element spiritual jade with a hint of disappointment. "Young Master Yun," Geng Xing suddenly said, "I can't take out the water element, but I know a place where mutated water elements might exist." "Oh? I'd like to hear more details." The gourd little King Kong seemed to be interested. "It's not something of value," Geng Xing said. "Just take it as a gift to young Master Yun." He waved his hand and a jade slip fell into the hands of the gourd little King Kong. Everyone's pupils contracted, and they immediately saw the gourd little King Kong's arm that was like a profound level weapon. Yunxiao's divine sense rushed into the jade slip through his arm, and he soon read the information inside. "So it's a record," the gourd little King Kong said. "Thank you, City Lord Geng. I appreciate your kindness." "This thing isn't very valuable," Geng Xing said with a smile. "Young Master Yun, you can estimate it yourself." After Yunxiao showed them a piece of Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron, the atmosphere in the square turned a little cold. Most people were no longer in the mood to trade, and were all making small calculations. "Let's trade something from the Freedom Island," Bitu suddenly said. Beside him, Ingbo made an incantation gesture with one hand, and a drop of water immediately appeared in front of him, slowly falling to the ground. The water vapor receded, revealing a huge box that was 3 or 4 meters wide. With a light incantation gesture, the box opened and immediately emitted the light of jewels. It was actually a whole box of pearls. What do the two of you mean by this? You're actually using pearls to trade. Yang Ping was stunned. Please explain it to everyone, ninth aunt, Bai Tan said with a smile. All women loved to look beautiful, and even people like ninth aunt were no exception. After seeing the box full of pearls, she immediately smiled and said, This is no ordinary pearl. It's an ice jade pearl from a 7th rank sea beast, the wave spirit ice jade clam. It's a 7th rank item, and it's extremely beneficial to cultivators. 7th ranked item? So many. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. Although they were not as shocked as the Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron, they were still stunned. There were at least 1,000 beads here, right? Bai Tan laughed. There's really no treasure in the world that can pose a challenge to Aunt Jo. You should be able to feel the spiritual energy of these ice jade beads. Each of them is a rare item. All of these were exchanged for raw materials for making battle armor. Our island of freedom is rich in these marine products, but we are in urgent need of various mineral resources to refine profound level weapons and armors. This is also one of the reasons why the two of us came to the mainland, hoping to exchange for some raw materials. The calabash little King Kong suddenly said, Freedom Island suddenly wants to exchange for a large number of raw materials. I don't know why. Could it be that the conflict between you and the Sea Tribe of the North Sea has intensified? Bai Tan and Ing Bo's faces both changed at the same time, and Bai Tan coldly said, This is our sex business and has nothing to do with young Master Yun. If young Master Yun has any good materials, you're welcome to exchange for them. Yun Xiao was tempted by these beads as well. If he could swallow them, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. But, although he had some raw materials to refine the battle suit, he did not have a lot of them, so he hesitated for a moment. Something had happened today and he was in a bad state. He had spent a whole day writing 2 chapters, and he was not satisfied with it. But I'm too weak to modify it, so I'll post it first. Bai Tan glanced at the calabash little King Kong and said indifferently, Young Master Yun, we're also very interested in the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron, but we don't have enough treasures on us. If young Master Yun is interested, you can come with us to the Island of Freedom. Island Master Hong will definitely be willing to purchase it in person. I'm not interested in anything else except water-type mutated elements, the Calabash Guardian deity said. Also, if I follow you to Freedom Island, do you think I can sell it for a good price? If you want to trade, ask your Island Lord Hong to come here himself. Humph. You don't know your place. Bai Tan snorted coldly. He looked at the rest of the people and revealed a sincere desire to make a deal. Yang Ping asked, These ice jade beads are indeed good stuff. Even if it's a martial honor like me, it'll be of great help if I take it. I wonder how the two of you would like to switch? 1 ice jade bead for a 7th tier material, Bai Tan said. It must be an exchange of the same tier. This price was fair and reasonable, but it was boring to exchange too little, and he couldn't afford to exchange too much. He even felt that it wasn't worth it. The only one who was tempted was Yun Xiao. If he could exchange these ice jade beads for them, they would be enough for him to increase his strength by several stars. He could not help but ask little King Kong Gourd to say, Are the two of you willing to use metastones to exchange for it? After all, metastones can be used to conveniently purchase various raw materials for refining weapons from the various Chamber of Commerces. That's fine, Bai Tan said. This ice jade bead is not an ordinary 7th rank item. After all, it's 5 million medial grade primordial stones for 1 bead. Aunt Ju laughed. Ordinary 7th tier materials are worth between 2 to 5 million. If you only sell one of these ice jade beads, it should be worth this price. But these thousands of Pishio, her meaning was clear. The rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. With such a large stock, it was not worth the price. By giving him this advice, she was also doing Yun Xiao a favor and expressing her goodwill. How much is it in total? The gourd little King Kong asked. Give me a whole number. I want them all. What? All of them? Can you eat it? Baitan was shocked and blurted out. But he immediately thought of the northern heaven frigid star iron in the other party's hand. Any bit of it would be enough to buy what he had, so he didn't say anything else. After thinking for a while, he said, I have a total of 2,500 ice jade beads here. If young Master Yun needs them, you can take out 12 billion medial-grade primordial stones. Sure. The calabash little King Kong agreed immediately, and his straightforwardness stunned everyone. However, I don't have that many vitality stones on me. I need to exchange for something. It's fine. I'll wait for young Master Yun, Baitan said. Yun Xiao had about 10 billion primordial stones on him, and if he took them all out, he would immediately become a poor man again. After some hesitation, he took out a thumb-sized piece of skyshine metal and put it in the hand of the gourd little King Kong. This is it, the gourd warrior said. It could have been auctioned by any chamber of commerce, but it's too late. Let's bid on it now. The Tenzhou imperial gold was like a piece of ingot in the hands of the gourd little King Kong. Other than its golden color, there was nothing else to be seen. Oh? What is this? Geng Xing's curiosity was piqued, but he didn't respond. Aunt Zhou's expression changed drastically, and she lost her composure. Young Master Yun, can you let me take a closer look? Naturally, the gourd little guardian deity replied. Aunt Zhou strode forward. She was such a dignified and noble lady, but she did not care about Fengyi, which made everyone speculate. Aunt Zhou's finger touched the Tenzhou metal, and her pupils suddenly shrank. She said in a serious voice, I wonder if young Master Yun would be willing to sell this to me in private. The price will definitely satisfy young Master Yun. Although the Mei family is not a big family, we have been cooperating with the Merchant Union for so many years, so we still have some financial resources. Ninth Aunt, you're in the wrong here, Li Feiyu said unhappily. Since you've already identified it, you should tell everyone what it is and let everyone compete for it. That's right. Wouldn't this be keeping us in suspense? Everyone was dissatisfied, but at the same time, they were extremely curious about that small piece of metal. I'm just making a deal with young Master Yun, Aunt Zhou said. It's up to him whether he agrees or not. She looked at Yun Xiao with anticipation. All right. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before he said, But these ice jade Pichio, don't worry. Seeing that he had agreed, Aunt Zhou was overjoyed. I'll buy all these ice jade beads as a meeting gift for young Master Yun. Please come to the Mei family to discuss the details after the transaction is over. In that case, I can't refuse, Yun Xiao said. Let's do it this way. Yun Xiao agreed because he thought of Mei Dong'er's matter. He did not know the whole story yet, so it was good to do his ninth aunt a favor for the time being. After all, it wasn't the time to make the deal. If he realized that something was wrong, he could just cancel the deal. Everyone was confused, but the only thing they knew was that the thumb-sized metal in Yun Xiao's hand had a great background, and even those who specialized in appraising treasures were tempted. Aunt Zhou said to Bai Tan, I didn't bring too many vitality stones with me. I only have 2 billion. Can it be considered as a deposit? If the two sirs are still worried, I can also use other things as collateral. Ninth Aunt's words are naturally credible. There's no need for collateral, Bai Tan said. In that case, thank you both, Aunt Zhou said. The two of you just need to stay in the city lord's mansion for a while, and I'll have someone send the primordial stones over. She gave some instructions to the beautiful maidservant beside her, and the beautiful maidservant hurriedly left. Yun Xiao stepped forward and put the box of more than 2,000 ice jade beads into his bag, then returned to stand behind the gourd little King Kong with an expressionless face. It was just that the gazes of the crowd on him were getting more and more complicated. He was afraid that many people had already remembered him. The other people also began to take out their own items one after another. They made a few sporadic transactions, but there were no stunning items. On the other hand, the two from Freedom Island were very enthusiastic about trading, which was also due to the lack of resources on the island. Aunt Zhou was a little absent-minded at first, but after the beautiful maidservant brought over the primordial stones and handed them to Bitu, she bowed and was about to leave, as if she was eager to get Yunxiao's piece of skyshine K gold. Geng Xing smiled bitterly. He couldn't force her to stay, so he said, Yang Ping, send Aunt Jiu and young Master Yun away. I'll continue to preside over this. Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Yang, said Ninth Aunt. I came here with young Master Yun, and I would like to visit Ninth Aunt as well. May I trouble you? Li Feiyu also stood up. Aunt Jiu's brows furrowed slightly, clearly unwilling to do so. However, Li Feiyu's identity and status made it impossible for her to refuse, so she could only say, You're very welcome. I'm looking forward to young Master Li visiting us often. Definitely, definitely, Li Feiyu laughed. Looking at their departing figures, many people present could no longer remain calm. The hall was filled with restless auras, and the treasures on Yunxiao's body were too much for them to miss. Yang Ping sent the three of them to the outside of the city lord's mansion. A luxuriously decorated battleship was already floating in the air, waiting for them. The level of the battleship was not high, but it was dressed very elegantly and fresh, like a woman's boudoir, emitting a sweet fragrance. Only a few people in the world can board Ninth Aunt's Phoenix boat. I can go in and take a look today, Li Feiyu said with a smile. Young Master Li, if you want to see it, you can come at any time, Aunt Jiu said with a chuckle. This mistress is just a means of transportation, not Noah's ship, so what's there to see? Li Feiyu's brows suddenly furrowed. I heard that Noah's ship has appeared and found a master. I don't know if it's true. Has Ninth Aunt heard about it? Yunxiao's heart stirred as he listened quietly. Yifan had obtained Noah's ship. Although most of the people who knew about it were dead, there was no secret in the world. It was only a matter of time before it spread. I've heard of this before, Aunt Jiu said. But this is not the first time the news of Noah's ship has spread. Every time it turns out to be a scam. But this time it's a bit too exaggerated, as if it's true. It also seems to be related to the Tang tribulation of the Four Extremes sect, Li Feiyu said. Aunt Jiu pondered and said, Oh, could it be that Tang Jie has obtained Noah's ship? Aunt Jiu, you should know that the Yang key to Noah's ship has always been in the hands of the Merchant Union. Could it be that the Four Extremes sect is in charge of it this year? Li Feiyu sighed and said, AI. This is exactly what's giving me a headache. I'll need too much time and energy to figure out what's going on. I feel that the heavenly martial arts realm is becoming more and more unstable. If the rumors are true, then this is the second major event after the collapse of Mount Meru in the southern region. Young Master Yun, he said, looking at Yunxiao. Have you heard of it? Yunxiao gave him a strange look, and the calabash little King Kong said in a deep voice, I have never heard of it. How can we know something that even your myriad treasure store is not sure about? His words weren't false. These two matters were done by him personally, but he had never heard of them. That's right, Aunt Jiu said with a smile. I'm afraid the Merchant Union is the most well-informed place in the world. She gave the Calabash King Kong a look, then turned to Yunxiao and said with a smile, Young Master Yun, I knew that you were the real one, so you didn't have to pretend in front of me. The Mei family's ability to recognize treasures is unparalleled in the world. Your puppet is indeed a supreme treasure, and it even has a spiritual consciousness. Although it is an 8th-rank treasure, its value is not below that of a 9th-rank treasure. Yunxiao did not feel depressed. With a faint smile, he slapped the Calabash King Kong with his palm and took it back into his body. Then he said with a smile, Just in time, I don't have to pretend anymore. It's very tiring. The three of them looked at each other and laughed, then turned into a ray of light and flew into the Phoenix carriage. There were actually buildings and jade spaces inside, filled with all kinds of spiritual flowers and rare herbs, and a large number of oddly shaped stones. All kinds of beautiful maidservants were shuttling back and forth. Some of them were playing with the rocks, and some were trimming the flowers and plants. They were decorating the battleship like a small courtyard. Yunxiao and Li Feiyu exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. Only a woman would have the mind to dress up like this. The Mei family has always shown up at auctions in various places with men, and they are basically all old men, Yunxiao said curiously. Why are all the people around you women, ninth aunt, but not a man?